king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall. So send your Marines and your war-made machines, they'll greet them with strength and a song. You can tear down their signs and shatter their lines, but the people will rally and still they march on. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders in the streets of LA will find them still standing tall. Oh, but all the king's orders and all the king's soldiers won't break the people's resolve. Oh, the fascist invaders can try as they may, but the people are still standing tall.
Riverboat Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Riverboat me. Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Let me get all of my windows set up here so that I can see all of your smiling usernames. Let's see. All of your shining usernames. Let me put it that way. How we doing, folks? We got stream only live on Twitch. Well, that shouldn't be. Let me I see what it did. It launched the stream unlisted. That's always fun when it does that. Cool. Well, there we go. We fixed that. That's fine. It's A-okay. There we go. I'm sorry. That should have fixed it, though. That should fix it. Unless it like fucked it in the algorithm and it's just I need to like restart the entire thing. I don't think I need to, but early stream? Yeah. I've been really busy the last couple of days, so I wasn't able to do the late stream I intended to do yesterday. But we're here now. We're here early. Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Appreciated. Also, Erica, hello. Hello, Webmage. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Gay Fesh. How you doing? Did you just start? I did just start. Hello. How we doing, Matt at the Yahoo? Hello. With Otro. How we all doing, folks? Dairy Queen just arrived. I have excellent timing. You're the first YouTube light. Moofy, thank you for liking the YouTube channel. Appreciated. Howdy, folks. Come on in. I kind of fucked the stream launch by launching it unlisted, so hopefully people show up. I have a huge headache. I'm gonna leave stream in a little bit, but I'll be back later. That's all right. It is I believe the technical term is toasty AF here in Minnesota. It's like possibly over 100 degrees this afternoon. So we're gonna see how long I can withstand the heat in the basement with no airflow. We'll see. We'll see how long I can last. How we all doing, folks? 15. It's so weird to have been live for 10 minutes and there are more viewers on Twitch than there are on YouTube. Damn. An early Riverboat Jack stream. Huzzah for the Eastern Time Zone, indeed, Penguin Laurent. Hello, I am Damo Suzuki. It's quite hot here in Illinois. Yeah. Heat wave, baby. You don't feel wanted? Well, you are wanted, always. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Whew. You walked in the parade? Damn. Hot day for a parade. Can't even go outside, it hurts. 56 and raining here in Eugene, Oregon. Oh, man. That sounds wonderful. My brain is doing bad brain things a lot lately and burnt out. I totally and completely relate to that. That was where I was last night, and so I decided rather than just do a burnout stream, I would do a stream today. Almost like it's summer or something. Yeah. Woke up to a heat advisory and the concrete in the main part of the garage sweating so much I have to wear slippers today. Oh god. That's so gross. Yeah, record heat, by the way, today in Minnesota. You know, they call us Minnesota, but it's hot as fuck. Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, hello, hello. Let's give people some time to trickle in. I know it's early, but you know, that's all right. That's all right. We got to talk about how corporate media is rat fucking Zohran Mamdani. And I've compiled quite the collection of bad takes to go over, so we'll have plenty to chew on, you know. Yup. Yeah, they're trying to do a Bernie Sanders 2016 on him. It's crazy. Guy comes up in New York City saying, "Hey, let's make the buses free." And like collectively all the mainstream media outlets are just like, "Well, time to say he's an anti-Semite," which by the way, they also said about Bernie Sanders, who's Jewish. So like it's just a go-to strat, you know? Make the buses free? Yeah. Also, holy shit, the ad campaign's insane in New York. I see at least 5 anti-Zohran commercials before I seeing 1 pro. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So much corporate money is being pumped into the New York City race because it's important, you know? And even though there are campaign limitations, the super PAC ability to just pump money in to inundate people with ads, it's nuts. Okay, stream is live. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Charlie Martini. So I'm excited to talk about this. I'm also excited to see the Jank Kyle debate. I haven't watched it yet, and I think it might be really fun. Or at least somewhat cathartic. Maybe fun isn't the right word. It's just how oligarchy works. Yeah. Yep. The corporate interests. It's not even that like all of these it's not even that all of these companies have to like get into a smoke-filled room together. They just have to, you know, have aligned interests. That's it, you know? I saw some clips and the Crystal Kyle jank was just depressing. I mean, I think it'll be cathartic. Rainbow Mafia, log the fuck on. Hell yeah. We love the Rainbow Mafia here, don't we, folks? Because we have to. We pay them for their protection, and if we don't love them, they will come down on us with so much friendship and so much mutual respect. It'll make your head spin. Just checking, Twitch chat, you alive? You functioning correctly? I've had a lot of tech issues, which is why I'm like 30 minutes later than I thought I would be. Jenk screamed like a toddler during the debate? That sounds about right. Stream. Oh, okay. We good. We good. Excellent. Excellent. All right. We doing good? All right. You guys ready? Hello, Travenoid. You guys ready to like jump into the abyss? Jenk has always screamed like a toddler in debates, though, even when I agreed with him. Well, yeah. That's why I was like, it's not surprising.
Election day, but
Oh, God. Okay. Do I wait or start making pizza now? I don't know. Let's do it to it. You guys all set? Only going to be able to stay here for an hour, but excited to see what's coming. I mean, excited is one word for it. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, the election in New York City, the primary, which is basically the election for the New York City mayor's race, is on June 24th. It's currently June 21st, so hopefully this video gets out. I think this video will get out before the election, but early voting, I believe, ends on the 22nd, so tomorrow. So by the time you all will be seeing this in the YouTube segments, it'll be after early voting is closed. But there will still be enough time for you to sign up to phone bank and door knock for Zohran Mamdani. So I encourage you all to do that. You can go over to his website, zohran4nyc.com, and you can volunteer there. They're doing an intense door knocking and phone calling campaign, and the more people we can get involved with that, the better. So again, that is zohran4nyc.com. Let's take a look at one of the final campaign ads here.
we're so close to election day, but believe it or not, the hardest days of this race are yet to come. Because right now, Andrew Cuomo and his billionaire allies are spending millions of dollars to try and defeat our movement. Cuomo's super PAC has dumped $5 million in the last week alone, lying about me and my policies. And there's at least another $5 million coming. For the next 9 days, you won't be able to turn on your TV, check your mail, or even watch a YouTube video without seeing them. But if you look at the box at the bottom of those ads, you'll see who's bankrolling them. Billionaires and corporations. The same people who put Donald Trump back in the White House are now trying to elect Andrew Cuomo.
Yep.
They're spending all this money for a very simple reason. Corporations don't want to pay just a little bit more in taxes to make a better city for all of us. The landlord lobby knows I'm going to freeze your rent. And Trump's donors know I will actually fight this authoritarian regime. How do we fight back? Through our most powerful tool, you. That's why in these final days, I'm asking you to knock on as many doors as you can. And what's that? For our out-of-state friends, we're asking you to make as many phone calls as possible.
That's right. You don't have to live in New York City to make phone calls. You can phone in and help Zohran's campaign from anywhere in the country. So again, please consider doing that. It's very important.
You have the power to set the record straight. These next few days are going to be a fight, but it's one worth having, and one we can win together.
Hell yeah. This man just fills me with hope, you know? And I've already seen comments in chat today prior to even starting this segment about how people are just being flooded with anti-Zohran Mamdani ads. And it is, it's wild. Like the advertising ecosystem of New York City is completely bonkers right now when it comes to politics. And so it is really important for people to get out there and volunteer and knock on doors and push back on this narrative. It's really important for people to phone bank and tell people why it's important to vote for Zohran Mamdani. Most people, when they hear about Zohran Mamdani and his policies, go, "Oh yeah, that is a lot better." You know, the only reason I was going to vote for Andrew Cuomo was because I recognized his name. And that's literally it. That's literally it. So, get out there, do what you can, because and here we roll into the main body of the segment. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Always help out the channel. But the main body of the segment here is that the corporate media, the mainstream media, is doing its best, along with this advertising campaign, this advertising blitz by Andrew Cuomo's super PACs, the mainstream media is doing their best to turn Zohran Mamdani into a Bernie Sanders 2.0, but not in like a good way. In like a 2016 getting screwed over by the coverage. In the 2016 people are out there calling him an anti-Semite kind of way. And it's well, it's very interesting to see happen again at the drop of a hat. You know, the second someone comes along saying, hey, what about policies for the working class? What if we, you know, helped out people who need like a break from rent hikes? What if we helped out people in food deserts? What if we helped out people by making buses free so they could get to work and and we'd save money? Someone like that comes along and suddenly all the major news outlets are just it's wild here. Let's just take a look at some of them. Right, this one has been doing the rounds on social media for a bit here. New York is not a democracy. Too few voters are choosing the next mayor, by Annie Lowry. Who, by the way, Annie Lowry also wrote that Atlantic piece about how eggs should be more expensive, which, you know, it's just kind of nuts. But basically, the general thrust of this Atlantic piece is that ranked choice voting is actually robbing you of your democratic choices as opposed to first past the post, which, for those of you who aren't up on your political terminology, the first past the post is just whoever gets the most votes wins, as opposed to ranked choice, which allows people to weight their vote towards a number of different candidates, and as those candidates get taken off the ballot because they didn't get enough votes, votes then go to the subsequently ranked candidate. It's inherently a more representative system of your politics and your choices, more so than first past the post, you know? It's one of those voting systems that allows for a multi-party system to kind of come into being when you change how voting happens, right? And what winds up happening here is that ranked choice voting does have flaws. You know, there are a number of different ways to tally up votes. There are a number of different ways to, say like, do different types of ranked choice voting. It's complicated. The math is out there. You can find it. There's a pretty good video. I forget who did it, but of a breakdown of different ways of tallying votes. It's a whole thing. But ranked choice voting, in my mind, head and shoulders better than first past the post. So anyone trying to sell you on that is wild. Let me see here. Oh, I'm not making any predictions here, Baron. I'm not making predictions on this one. This is kind of an anything goes type of situation. It's way too close. And in this particular circumstance, I am no longer under the illusion or delusion that the DNC has something up its sleeve. They're working with an empty deck. Let's see. Were people seriously calling Bernie Sanders anti-Semitic? He's ethnically Jewish? Yes, they were. In most parts of the country, this June is a moment of quiescence in the campaign cycle. The president has just been inaugurated. Many House and Senate candidates haven't declared yet. Homes are unmolested by flyers. Television watchers are unbothered by advertisements. But it's a different story in New York City, where former Governor Andrew Cuomo is in an improbably close race for mayor with Zohran Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic socialist and member of the state assembly. In recent weeks, Cuomo has whipped up a cowbell-ringing member of the Carpenters Union in Hudson Square, and Mamdani has railed against corporate power in a church in the West Village. They traded barbs with smiles on a debate stage before marching down Fifth Avenue in the National Puerto Rican Day Parade. They are leading a field of a dozen mayoral candidates who will face off in a ranked choice election for the Democratic primary on June 24th. Because the city has 6 times as many registered Democrats as registered Republicans, the Democratic primary is generally the de facto mayoral election. True. Instead of picking one person to lead the city, voters will rank up to 5 candidates, blah, 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 blah. All right. Cuomo is likely to get more first-choice votes than any other candidate, but he's not projected to win an outright majority, meaning that the ranked choice system will kick in. Candidate after candidate would get knocked off, and their supporters' votes reapportioned. In the end, the political scion with a multi-million-dollar war chest and a blanket name recognition could lose to the young millennial whom few New Yorkers had heard of as of last year. Yeah. Let's see. Cuomo's got a fat resume. He was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Bill Clinton, Attorney General of New York, Governor of New York. His centrist but decidedly Democratic politics probably best match the city's constituents. He's promising good schools, a working subway, tax cuts, and more housing while bashing other candidates for failing to support the police and being soft on anti-Semitism. And I just really want to point out here that, like, saying that this is like this is a centrist position, it's just not. You know, like, everyone is in favor of good schools, working subways, and more housing. The thing that stands out to me as unique is tax cuts and failing to support the police and being soft on anti-Semitism as accusations, right? And it's just like, there's literally no there's no daylight there. Like, that's exactly what a Republican would do in this race. To be completely and utterly honest with you, Andrew Cuomo is running in this race as a Republican. Just understand that that is the dynamic here, okay? He wants to give tax cuts to the wealthiest members of the city. That's why the city's social elite tend to support him. And it's why they're so afraid of Zohran Mamdani's pro-working class policies. You know? He's got a ton of money, having garnered $3.9 million in direct donations and the support of a $13 million super PAC. Its biggest donor is DoorDash. Because Andrew Cuomo isn't going to do anything about the DoorDash issues. Because Zohran Mamdani has talked about wanting to impose regulations that would, you know, ensure like fair treatment of DoorDash delivery workers so they aren't encouraged and incentivized by the company to skirt traffic laws. You know? It's crazy. Still, it would be hard to overstate how many people hate the guy and how much. Cuomo's got a glowering hothead and an unreformed bully who resigned from governorship in 2021 after nearly a dozen women made sexual harassment claims against him and a scandal erupted over nursing home deaths related to his COVID policies. He regrets quitting. Again, this is such a weird way of framing. Yeah, his number one issue, he's got a glowering hothead and he's a bully. We're literally talking about a guy who, like, was pestering his employees to have sex with him. 12 former employees? 12 former... Like, I'm sorry. That should be, like, you know, maybe if you're abusing your leadership to try and sleep with women... that's probably a sign you shouldn't be in leadership. Like, I don't know, like, if you told me, hey, this guy has, I'm just, hypothetically, I'm not talking about Andrew Cuomo, but if somebody in the media was like, you know, this guy has raped 12 women, but he's got some killer tax cut policies, the fact that anyone would still consider voting for him is fucking crazy. Okay? And Andrew Cuomo pressured 12 of his employees to have sex with him. You know, over a dozen. He also sent the elderly who were infected with COVID back into nursing homes, and it resulted in a lot of the elderly of New York City dying during the pandemic. And so it's wild to me that, like, oh no, his number one issue is that he's a hothead and a bully. Like, nah, he got people killed and abused his power to try and sleep with his employees. You know, like, those are some pretty severe issues to just kind of gloss over here. He swooped into the mayoral race when it was clear there was no strong frontrunner. He carpetbagged in too. Until recently, Cuomo was living in Westchester County, as philosophically distant from the city as it is physically proximate. He's now bunking in his daughter's $8,000 a month apartment in Midtown East. When he was asked about his bagel order, he said he gets an English muffin. What's wrong with you? When you're asked about your bagel order, you talk about what you get on a bagel, not that you order an English muffin. God. Like, if you're asked about a bagel, tell them about bagels. God. It's so gross. Bagel Rabbit, hello. Welcome. Yes, priority numero uno for me, I imagine. You know, I bet you'd be pretty wary if someone told you they'd want a rabbit on a bagel. It would, you know, puts a target right on your back. I mean, I like English muffins too, but if somebody asks me for my bagel order, I'm not telling them I get an English muffin. Like, you don't even have to, like, part of the reason I'm making a big deal about this is because it is a big deal in New York. Bagels are a big deal in New York City, you know? And if you are someone who wants to be mayor of New York City, one of the things you have to do is you have to have a favorite bagel order. And that's like one of the most basic softball things you would figure out if you wanted to run to be mayor. Honestly, being a New Yorker and not eating bagels is more anti-Semitic than anything Zohran ever did, right? Ugh. Anyway. It's nuts. But let's keep going here. Mamdani is Cuomo's rumpled earnest foil. His resume is thin. He worked as a campaign operative for a few years before winning a state assembly seat in 2020. He's a leftist. Like, this is crazy, right? He was a campaign operative. He won like $500 million for like cab drivers. I don't know. That's pretty impressive for a state assemblyman. Okay, that's pretty impressive. But no mention of that here. He's a leftist in the Bernie Sanders mold with a raft of great-sounding policies. Free buses, free childcare, cheap groceries, frozen rents. But a lot of these are impractical at best. Free buses would deprive the MTA of needed revenue. Except, let's back that up. Free buses would deprive the MTA of a marginal amount of revenue. However, it's important to look at how much money is spent trying to get that revenue that we're getting now. How much is spent in order to enforce fares on buses? Because it's a lot of money. A lot of money is spent, like, going after people who aren't, like, paying their bus fare. And time is lost with people trying to pay their bus fare or failing to pay their bus fare and trying to negotiate with drivers. And it's just that we don't need to do that, actually. Plenty of cities across America have made their buses free. And almost in every case, I haven't heard of one where it's gone poorly, but in almost every case, it has gone exceedingly well. Okay? Yeah, exactly, Gay Fesh. You could take all the money you spend on cops and subways and just put that towards funding the transit itself. Exactly. Okay? And free childcare. Yes, free childcare is good because it frees up people to go to work. Like, I'm sorry, but if you pay, like, a handful of people to watch kids during the day so that their parents can go to work, that increases your productivity. It increases your tax base. It pays for itself, essentially. And it increases the output of the city, how much the city produces. Overall, these are things that improve the city's productivity, okay? And improve quality of life. Now, cheap groceries. There are places in New York where it's hard to find a place to buy groceries because the grocery stores deem it as not profitable enough to open there. So, what do you do in that circumstance? Well, historically, the city has offered subsidies to grocery stores. However, those subsidies could simply be spent on opening the city's own grocery stores in order to actually, provide food essentially at cost without a need to run at a profit. Okay? So, there are some pretty logical arguments here, actually. And there are a number of cities across America that have done exactly what Zohran Mamdani is proposing. And they're not, big cities either, necessarily. Though some of them are in big cities. Some of them are in, podunk middle of nowhere, where, it's a rural town in Kansas where the Walmart pulled out because people just didn't have enough money to, go shop at Walmart. Because, and you know this if you've ever been familiar with a rural area, what winds up happening with a Walmart is it rolls into town, opens up, undercuts all of the prices from the mom and pop stores in town, runs them out of business, and then, once they have no competition, they raise their prices. They essentially create localized monopolies, And that's a big problem. Not only does it cut down on the diversity of, small town America, but it also, destroys local economies. And when suddenly that area might become too poor to, make financial sense for Walmart to have that store there, once they've squeezed all of the money out of that rural area, what do? They close up shop. And they have an agreement with the city that, you can't get anyone else to open up in this store, or you have to wait 10 years until you can, lease out this space again. And so it just sits empty. A gigantic empty lot. And the issue here is that then leaves no grocery stores, except for maybe gas stations in the local area. So, some of these rural towns have banded together, opened up municipal grocery stores so that residents can continue to eat food and have good food that is cheap. Okay? Additionally, this has been done in larger cities. I believe Milwaukee has 2. I think Chicago's looking into opening a couple. There are so many places in America where this is becoming a necessity, and it's not some pie-in-the-sky idea to run a grocery store without a profit motive.
Interest in Zohran Mamdani.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Also, Decipher, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube. Appreciate it. So, all this, these are not pie-in-the-sky ideas. These are grounded and practical approaches to real-world problems that exist right now. The answer to these problems is not simply throwing more money at police. The police budget in New York City dwarfs the budget of some small countries. It's nuts. Cheap, let's see. Free childcare would require a mammoth tax hike that Albany would need to approve. which it has shown no interest in doing. Cheap groceries, Mamdani says, could be provided by new city-run stores, which would compete with existing bodegas, delis, and supermarkets owned and staffed by New Yorkers. Except that they wouldn't when we're talking about food deserts. A rent freeze would help people who live in rent-controlled apartments but inhibit housing construction, making the cost of living crisis worse. How would it, I love this, like, just definitive statements, but, like, absolutely no citation whatsoever to back up this claim. I have no idea how a rent freeze would inhibit new housing construction, especially when he's openly talked about in creating programs to build hundreds of thousands of new housing units. So, also, this line is what made this article go viral. One thing the candidates share, I suppose, is that both get accused of being Nepo babies. Mamdani's mother made the 1991 indie romance Mississippi Masala. Cuomo's father was governor of New York. And can I just, like, pause and say, there's a big... I've never heard of Mississippi Masala in my life. I have, however, heard of the state of New York. I have heard of the state of New York. I'm not familiar with Mississippi Masala. I bet it's a great indie film. I'll probably check it out at some point after this election cycle. But I think being the governor of the state in which this election is happening, and being the son of the governor of the state in which this election is happening, is a lot more relevant as, like, a Nepo baby accusation than your mom made an indie film. Like, that's nuts. I don't I don't understand how you arrive at this comparison at all. Like, it then goes on to say Mamdani doesn't have big money personally or politically, and he doesn't have great name recognition. Two of the things that would help you if you were a Nepo baby. Usually when people talk about someone being a Nepo baby, it's because they have access to the resources of their parent and the social connections of their parent and the name recognition of their parent, and none of that is stuff that Mamdani has. Like, it's insane that this article passed muster. God, I just... A quarter of New Yorkers say they don't know enough about him to have formed an opinion, yet polls indicate that 4 times as many New Yorkers like Mamdani as dislike him, which is insane! 4 times more people like him?
Even if 0 of his policies make it to passing, he's still way ahead of both Adams and Cuomo in both unwillingness to work with ICE, charisma, and general ethos.
Absolutely, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. He's dominating the social media primary. Oh, baby, this is how he's a Nepo baby. He's a Nepo baby because he inherited his mom's 1991 social media presence. all of the social media that was happening in 2021. Or, not 2021, 1991. God. Churning out sweetly dorky TikToks and Instagram posts. Mamdani doesn't jump on trends or join in memes, he just posts. It works. His campaign has an astonishing ground game. His volunteers are knocking on 100,000 doors a week. And you know what? That's chump change. Go to zohranfornyc.com and volunteer to knock on more doors. By the time this video comes out, you'll have like 2 days. Get on it, folks. Get on it. All right? Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Like, if he has a likability rating 4 times the number of people who dislike him, he's got like what? Like 10% of people who learn about him dislike him? That's crazy. And it's also, it's just nuts. It's just nuts that, like, again, just in passing, it's mentioned that Andrew Cuomo is a sex pest and killed people in nursing homes, murdered grandmas. And it's just like, no one like it's glossed over. At no point is it talked about again. It's crazy. Mamdani has countered by arguing, again, not incorrectly, that Cuomo is beholden to the city's millionaires and billionaires. I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funded by my campaign, he said. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working-class taxi drivers. Which, you know, hey, maybe that'd be something to address in the body of the article. That's like a crazy quote to throw out there and then provide no context for in this article. It does read like satire. It's true. Cynicism Inc. It really depends on the polls you see. Some of Zohran's internal polling is pretty rosy and has him up by like 4 or 5 points over Cuomo. A lot of the other polling that's come out has shown Cuomo ahead by anywhere from like 7 to 10 points. I think in one like 6. So it really, really depends. The race is close enough that the ad blitz could actually be having an effect, you know? Yeah. Also, just without ranked choice voting, Cuomo would probably steamroll his competition. With ranked choice voting, Mamdani could defeat him. In Data for Progress's recent poll, 37% of voters ranked Cuomo first, and 31% ranked Mamdani first. But as the weakest candidates were knocked out and their votes redistributed, Mamdani closed the gap. Other simulations show Cuomo has a greater margin of victory, but the general pattern is the same. Yeah, the issue here, right, is that the momentum is on Zohran's side. You know, 2 months ago, he was down by 40 points. Now, he's either up, you know, depending on which polls you look at, he's either up by like 5 or down by 6 to 10 points. Like, he's really, really closed the gap. And there is a decent chance that, like, the next day or so is going to really decide the election. So, again, that is why I'm saying, if you are supportive of Zohran Mamdani, now is the time to, like, volunteer to phone bank and volunteer to knock doors, okay? You can phone bank from anywhere in the country. All you got to do is sign up. You can do it online. They give you a script. It's super easy. I promise you, you will not regret volunteering to phone bank. It's also not a huge time investment. So, that being said, y'all should do that. Also, Kairos Rev, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. I have to assume that even the most apolitical NIMBY dipshit in New York is utterly sick of Cuomo shit. One would imagine, and yet... Yeah, the article keeps going, by the way, and I'm not going to read the entire thing, but it is absolutely dog shit. And if any of you would like to read the full thing, I'll link it here in chat so you can get as mad as I did when I read about it. It's in the ideas section of The Atlantic. It's maybe one of their high-level ideas. Of course, it's not the only hit piece that has come out against Zohran Mamdani, okay? Let's take a look at this one from the New York Times editorial board. Now, folks, if you're not familiar with the New York Times, they're kind of a big deal in New York City. Oddly enough, weird how that works out. But, well, last year, in 2024, the editorial board said, we're no longer going to endorse in the mayoral race. We're going to stop making endorsements and that's why it struck me as so weird that the New York Times put out this editorial board piece, which you know, since it's from the editorial board, it's there's no there's no one author, of course. Our advice to voters in a vexing race for New York mayor. Is it really that vexing? I don't think so, actually. Many longtime New Yorkers have had a sinking feeling at some point in the past decade. They've worried that their city was heading back to the bad old days of the 70s and 80s. Subway trips can have a chaotic or even menacing quality. And let me stop you right there, okay? Let me stop you right there. There are billions of people who, like, billions of, like, passengers on the New York City subway system. And there is maybe, like, a handful of, like, crimes and murders that occur in the subway system. Like, exponentially more people in New York City die driving to work. Exponentially more. It's not even close, right? But, like, the claim subway trips can have a chaotic or even menacing quality. I've been to New York and ridden on the subways. I've felt safe every single time I've ridden on the subway. The one time I didn't feel safe was because of, like, cops being assholes in the subway system. That's it. The only people who made me feel less safe on the subway were cops. And it's just, like, I'm sorry, if you're afraid of riding the subway, a vehicle in New York City that literal children use every day to go to school, I don't know what to tell you. You know? It's like, I don't know, like, it's wild to me that it's just socially acceptable when it comes to New York City to act like the scariest thing you've ever experienced is something that children just do every day 100% safely. It's nuts.
This is anti-city propaganda.
It is anti-city propaganda from people who live in the city. It's nuts. It's specifically from the people who want to turn their city into, like, a Disney World, you know? It's from these rich, out-of-touch losers who are afraid of interacting with normal working-class people on the subway. And they just want to change the entire city until it's basically a fake place. You know? They want to turn it into
The perception
Disney
of
World.
danger is not the same as danger. This is why we research these things.
Exactly, Sake Tanuki. Because the perception of safety is not the same as actual safety, and the perception of danger is not the same as actual danger. And the New York Times is complicit with building up and creating that perception of danger. The same with Mayor Eric Adams, when he's been talking about the need for police to be on the subway system, you know, and to beef up police presence on there, while talking simultaneously about how, like, the New York City subway is, like, the safest in the world. And it's just like, well, it's not safe. It's not the safest because the police are there. You're talking about how dangerous it is all the time, which is why people then have the perception that it's dangerous. And then you put the police there, and it's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know? Mr. Malachite, it does really boil down to the vibes are bad because poor people. Exactly. Nearly half of bus riders board without paying their fares, which, you know, would be solved if we got rid of fares. Just as an FYI, that's a solvable problem. The number of felony assaults has jumped more than 40% over the past decade. You know, let's just take I'm so curious. Let's take a look. Historical New York City crime data. Let's see. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Is this? Now this is just this is the number of felonies. I don't care about the number of felonies. Let's see. Click on this. Let's see where this goes. Oh, nice. An actual citation. That's nice. So, felony assault. In the year 2000, 25,924. And in 2024, 29,461. And what's really interesting about that is it looks like it's directly applicable to the pandemic. You can literally see in the data here on assaults that it hovers around 20,000 until 2021, and then suddenly it starts jumping up. Almost like a bunch of people got desperate and started committing more assaults in order to try and, do robberies and such to keep themselves alive. Kind of like it's related to economic hardship. I don't know. I just spitballing here. That seems to be the big factor here, the uptick in the assaults on the subway. Or in general. The city's fourth graders, after significantly outperforming their peers in other large cities during the early 2000s, have fallen back in math and reading. I wonder if that's because of Andrew Cuomo defunding schools. I wonder if that's part of the reason. Andrew Cuomo cut the school budgets. Housing has become even less affordable, and homelessness has risen. In the most basic measure of the city's appeal, the population remains well below its pre-COVID peak. We believe that New York City is the world's most dynamic and important city thanks to its energy, diversity, creativity, prosperity, and history. And though some of, don't get any of the creativity, energy, diversity, etc. on you in the subway, I guess, in the eyes of this writer. And though some of the complaints about the city today are overstated, we are also worried. The quality of life has deteriorated over the past decade. On some issues like crime rates, the city has recovered modestly over the past few years and remains in far better shape than it was 50 years ago. Still, New Yorkers deserve better than the status quo. Against this background, the city has begun voting for mayor in the Democratic primary. Yada, yada, yada. Da, da, da. Just talking about different mayors. Let's get to the actual meat of this. 11 candidates are competing for the Democratic nomination, and many New Yorkers are understandably disappointed by the field. It lacks any candidate that seems likely to be the city's next great mayor. For that reason, we are not endorsing a candidate. That said, several candidates have substantial strengths. This editorial, which follows our publication of The Choice, a feature that shared the insights of a diverse mix of New Yorkers, is meant to offer guidance from New Yorkers trying to think through their imperfect options. So let's take a look. Andrew Cuomo, a former governor and federal housing secretary, and Zohran Mamdani, a state legislator who represents a Queens district. Mr. Mamdani, a charismatic 33-year-old, is running a joyful campaign full of viral videos in which he talks with voters. He offers the kind of fresh political style for which many people are hungry during the angry era of President Trump. Which, that's the thing you latch onto as most important? That, like, he smiles in his campaign videos? Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Mamdani is running on an agenda uniquely unsuited to the city's challenges. He's a democratic socialist who too often ignores the unavoidable trade-offs of governance. Which I would love. Can you elaborate on that, New York Times? Can you, what unavoidable trade-offs? The unavoidable trade-off of taking corporate money? That's what they're putting out there, right? The unavoidable trade-off of being compromised in your pro-working class vision by capital. Right? Like, that's what they mean. That's nuts. But anyway, he favors rent freezes that could restrict housing supply and make it harder for younger New Yorkers and new arrivals to afford housing. Except a rent freeze wouldn't do that, because it's a rent freeze. Like, the rent is frozen at where it's at right now. How is that going to make it more difficult? Are you thinking that it's going to make like oh, if not for the rent freeze, the rent would have gone down. You know, all of the landlords pouring millions of dollars into Andrew Cuomo's campaign would have just out of the goodness of their hearts lowered rents. No. But also, he has a plan to build 200,000 more units. And a plan to, like, take away regulations around some zoning, or change some zoning stuff, so that private corporations can, in fact, build more units to incentivize that. So, like, I don't know. That seems kind of like you just don't understand his policy. That's one possibility. Or the other policy is that they are simply lying. That might be one possibility. That might be the other one. That the New York Times is just willfully ignorant of the facts. He wants the government to operate grocery stores, as if customer service and retail sales were strengths of the public sector. Yeah, ignore the fact that, like, dozens of other cities across the United States have done exactly the same thing with great results. Like, I'm sorry. Also, the government having customer service. Imagine. Yeah. Like, I don't know about you guys, but, like, I've had pretty decent interactions with, like, government bureaucrats who want to help me through the system. So, like, I don't, again, like, people tend to be nice. Like, they want to help people. And yeah, if people are coming into a grocery store to buy food, like, I'm sorry, but, like, can we just back up? Like, what customer service realistically are you expecting at a grocery store? Like, what fancy schmancy grocery store do these people go to, if they even go to a grocery store, where, like, I don't know, like a grocery clerk, like, runs up to their car, "What can I get you today? It would be my honor to serve as your footstool. Please, let me get all of the things you like." And that's just not how it goes. You know, like, you go into the grocery store, you pick up the food, you check out, and then you go. Sometimes some places will help like bring out your groceries. You can order ahead to, like, have them set aside, but there's nothing inherent to any of those that, like, a publicly owned grocery store wouldn't be able to do. Like, I'm sorry, I don't really see how this is outside of the reach. Like, to me, it blows my mind to see, like, one of the most reputable mainstream outlets in a country where we put people on the moon. We shot people up into the sky in rockets, into outer space, to the moon, landed them there. They spent a couple days there, and then they came back home. We did that multiple times. And you're telling me that it's just too hard for the government to operate a grocery store? Motherfucker, we put people on the moon multiple times in the 1960s. 60 years ago. We can absolutely run a goddamn grocery store. NASA sent people to the moon in a cave. Yeah, I understand the reference. Oh, God. But I think this last one is the most damning of all. He minimizes the importance of policing. you know, this is why I think rhetorically he's really, really good on this when people see him and they like him. That's why they add his, like, takes on policing as, like, an attack. Because they don't want you to seek out his actual quotes and his actual stances on it, you know? Because it hits a lot harder for a liberal who has no idea who this candidate is when they hear, oh, he minimizes the importance of policing, versus you hear his actual answer, and his actual answer is, I've talked with cops, they want to be doing, like, more, you know, things that cops should be doing versus acting as, like, a nanny or a nurse or, like, a psychologist. You know, like, we should in fact have a specialized department that takes care of those things rather than using police resources on that, you know. Police shouldn't be doing mental health checks. We should have people trained in mental health doing that.
Mamdani wanted to ease and end periods, but the NYT accused him of practicing communism.
Oh, God. That pun hurts, Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though. I very, very much appreciate the support. Most worrisome, he shows little concern about the disorder of the past decade, even though its costs have fallen hardest on the city's working class and poor residents. Mr. Mamdani, who has called Mr. de Blasio the best New York mayor of his lifetime, offers an agenda that remains alluring among elite progressives, but has proved damaging to city life. What does this mean? Like, he shows little concern about the disorder of the past decade. Just out of curiosity, who was governor of New York during the past decade? Anyone? Autumn Leaves, hello. How you doing? Anyone want to take a stab? Anyone want to take a stab? Oh, God. Would it be who could it possibly be? It's fucking Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo was mayor of New York from 2011 to 2021, guys. I just yeah, he's shown no concern outside of attacking the guy who was in charge of the state. Yes, he was the governor. Sorry, did I say he was the mayor of New York City for the past decade? I meant to say he was the governor for the past decade. God. I said mayor. That's my bad. I meant governor. But okay, this is the most worrisome point that they have, and it's just that he doesn't show the concern. And he offers an agenda that is alluring to elite progressives, but has proved damaging to city life, except that they haven't demonstrated where it's damaging. They haven't shown where it's damaging. They haven't shown where, like, I don't know. It's nuts to me. The poor argumentation in this piece is wild. Yeah, Autumn Leaves is cool as fuck. I said mayor canceled. Mr. Mamdani would also bring less relevant experience than perhaps any mayor in New York City history. He's never run a government department or private organization of any size. Except that he's literally a member of the state legislature. So I don't know. I feel like these attacks are weird considering he has like 5 years of experience in politics in the state and, far more experience in like actual organizing work in the city. But okay. As a state legislator, he has struggled to execute his own agenda. A telling example came last year. Given an opportunity to expand a pilot program offering free bus rides, one of his signature issues, he instead engaged in a performative protest that doomed the policy, New York Magazine reported. Well, let's take a look at that. It's so... Oh, well. This is why people are becoming more illiterate. All the paywalls. Okay, cool. I'm unaware of what this performative protest is. Let's, I'm gonna Google it. Let's do a little Google foo. All right. Donnie protest free buses. Does this Jacobin piece reference it? It doesn't seem to. Results look quite good. Okay. No, it's just talking about his free bus policy. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. God. It's fine. Let's move right along because frankly the performative protest doomed the policy. Seems to lack the political savvy and instinct for compromise that has made Senator Bernie Sanders, his fellow Democratic Socialist, an effective legislator. Except that Bernie hasn't compromised? Like, Bernie is literally known for being consistent in his ideological beliefs and not being compromised. But okay. All right. The other frontrunner, Mr. Cuomo, has his own significant shortcomings. He resigned as governor in 2021 during his third term because of allegations of sexual harassment or inappropriate touching from at least 11 women. This board called for his resignation at the time because of the disturbing, credible nature of the allegations. We noted his treatment of women was part of a larger pattern of bullying, self-preserving behavior. And I just... Like, I'm sorry. You can't... You literally didn't want him to be governor anymore, and now you're saying, but he can be mayor of New York City. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is like insanity. You know, when we're talking about this, when we're talking about the corporate media effort to like bury Zohran Mamdani, to like have all the knives out for him, just like they did for Bernie in 2016, this is what I'm talking about. Like, inappropriate touching, that's sexual assault. You know, like, I'm sorry, inappropriate touching, that's sexual assault. And you're like, well, you know, we called for his resignation. But like, you're willing to call for his resignation as governor of New York, almost said New York City. But, you know, well, a lot of people are planning to vote for him anyway. Like, are you fucking kidding me? On the one hand, we have this guy who seems well-intentioned and has a lot of popular policies and 4 times the approval of his disapproval rating. And also, everyone who finds out about him thinks that he's great compared to his, you know, Andrew Cuomo. But, you know, it's really an either or here. We can't come to any definitive conclusions. That's nuts. Oh, Rainbow Krampus. I guess I missed the loophole in New York City for the New York City mayoral seat, which is that I guess you can just get away with sexual assault if you're, you know, the mayor of New York City. Apparently. That's a joke. You can't you shouldn't be able to get away with that.
I've canvassed 4 times for Mamdani. I'm doing a phone bank tonight. If he doesn't win, I'm morbing out.
Hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and thank you for phone banking and canvassing. Everyone else should do it too, okay? All you gotta do, folks, all you gotta do is go to Zohran Mamdani, zohranfornyc.com, and you can just click this little volunteer tab, and bada bing, bada boom. There you go, nailed it. In fact, I'm just gonna copy this and send it out into all your little chats. There we go. There you go. But let's continue on here, because this is just it drives me nuts. His list of accomplishments includes paid family leave, expanded health insurance, a higher minimum wage, a marriage equality law, a strict gun control law, an ambitious clean energy program, the 2nd Avenue subway, and renovations of John F. Kennedy and LaGuardia airports in Penn Station. He also made significant mistakes, such as his mishandling of COVID at nursing homes, which, again, when they say mishandling of COVID at nursing homes, it means he gave the green light to nursing homes to pack the elderly in who were COVID positive, meaning that then COVID killed the elderly in the nursing homes. It's not just a mishandling. He prioritized profit over people.
Tell me what you think of this idea. A parody news site similar to The Onion. It would give a positive view on corporations and conservatives, but in a way that is satirical and shows their evil.
Oh, like The Onion's version of the Wall Street Journal? I think that'd be good. I think that has potential. God. And poor management of public transit. Still, Mr. Cuomo has the strongest policy record of the candidates. Can I just... Okay, look. What drives me nuts is that I've been paying attention to this race, okay? And one of the things that Andrew Cuomo did right after announcing he was entering the race was he released a bunch of policy proposals written by AI. Like, just blatantly written by AI with no editing whatsoever. And there were little whoopsie doodles all over that policy, riddled throughout it. I forget which policy it was. Let me just let's take a look. Andrew Cuomo, AI policy. Let's just take a look. Yeah, just this is, by the way, how the New York Times covered it. Cuomo announces a new housing plan with a hint of ChatGPT. It's a 29-page housing plan, included a garbled section with incomplete sentences and a link to a citation retrieved by ChatGPT. Meaning the entire thing was written by ChatGPT. You know?
Cuomo can't even spit bars. If young Cardamom wins and doesn't do at least one press conference in full lyrics, I'll be very disappointed.
Oh god, can you imagine how fucking cool Zohran Mamdani would be as mayor of NYC? God, it'd be so cool. Yeah, don't write that headline like you think it's quirky. I just you cared so little about your housing plan that you had ChatGPT write it, and then you didn't even bother to have someone edit it. And so, like, I just... They don't even mention it in, like, talking about the knocks against him. He has the strongest policy record. Does he? Does he, though? Like, can you say that about someone who cares so little about this race that they're having ChatGPT write their policies? God. He's won the most impressive collection of endorsements, too, including from Mr. Bloomberg. Yeah, Michael Bloomberg, definitely not known as a nincompoop. Jessica Ramos, which, what a disappointment. What an absolute disappointment. and labor unions representing healthcare workers, hotel workers, blue-collar laborers, and firefighters, which, by the way, Zohran Mamdani also has a bunch of nominations from unions and progressive groups, but they didn't list that amongst his accomplishments. Nuts. And we have a lot to talk about. Going through this entire thing would be a great idea. I'm going to link it so you guys can check it out if you would like. But the corporate media has knives out for this guy. And let me pull up this.
Egg and cheese.
Okay. Yeah, good thing I wrote down some timestamps. So, in his Pod Save America appearance, for all intents and purposes, the Pod Save America crew was pretty all right with him, though clearly skeptical and slightly hostile. The most hostile part of this interview happens at around the 19-minute mark. And I'm going to play it for you guys. And I find it a bit gross, to say the least. But we're gonna take a look. Here we go.
So, we talked about LaGuardia and sort of multi-ethnic, multiracial coalition. You've been getting there was a very I think very stupid moment during the debate where you were pressed, where everyone was saying where they're going to visit first as mayor. And they all said Israel. You said you're going to stick around New York and focus on New York, which makes sense to me. We had a controversy in Los Angeles. Our mayor was abroad. I don't understand why anyone gives a fuck where our mayors go abroad. Stupid to me. Somebody posted this video, and I wanted you to see it because I thought it was very funny.
Hey Anu, where are we going for dinner?
Sushi or...
I noticed you didn't say Tel Aviv. Now tell me, do you believe in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state? What is it like being a raging anti-Semite? Do you plan on visiting Israel anytime in the next few days?
So I think,
like, the thing is, he seems really uncomfortable. And to me, what this reads as is softening up Mamdani for what he's actually about to ask.
I think that to me captures how dumb a lot of this has become and how much I think fear-mongering there is about you and what you would actually do. So can you just talk a little bit about what you actually would do to face anti-Semitism in New York?
Yeah, I appreciate this because there's, as you've said, been so many mischaracterizations and misconceptions. And frankly, they've been fueled by candidates like Andrew Cuomo, who just yesterday it was revealed his super PAC had a mailer that artificially lengthened and darkened my beard.
Oh yeah, can we get a picture of that real quick? I know I've shown it in other segments before. Zohran Mamdani mailer. Just take a look here. There we go. That's what I like to see. Just an easy first result. Yeah, you can like it's pretty bad. Like it's like holy shit. Crank that contrast up and Photoshop the beard out. It's nuts. I know I'm saying it's nuts a lot, but like this is some pretty serious, like, colorism, racism, like, it is, especially in the context of New York City. Like, if you're in New York City, you know exactly what artificially lengthening someone's beard and, like, darkening, like, their contrast and making them look, you're trying to make them look scary. You're trying to make them look like a threat because New Yorkers still carry the scars of 9/11, and like there's a lot of latent Islamophobic bigotry. and some not so latent bigotry.
In sending it out to voters, and it's just blatant Islamophobia, and it's explains why so many Trump donors are bankrolling that campaign. And
yeah, like, okay, that's a great observation, Red Bomber in YouTube chat. I'm shocked they didn't put a turban on him too, go all out. I mean, genuinely, there must have been someone on the team that like made this artistic choice in like the Cuomo verse, right? And like, how did they decide how far to take it? Like, genuinely, like, it's already really racist. Are like, why did they stop? Like, why did they draw the line there? Like, it's not even in like plausible deniability territory. It's already super racist. So like, I don't know. It's with like, was there like a project manager that was like, you lengthen the beard, darken his eyes more, like, or is this? I always wonder how these decisions get made within like these conservative campaigns.
These kinds of questions on the debate stage, they pretend as if they are in relation to the real issue of anti-Semitism in our city, and yet they are weaponizing.
Oh, Jess, that is a great connection that I should have made too. It's exactly what Hillary Clinton's team did when she was running against Obama. 10,000%.
It to score political points. The truth of it is that anti-Semitism is something that has no place in this city, no place in this country. And as the mayor of this city, my responsibility will be to protect Jewish New Yorkers. And that is something that I promise to do. And it's something that I know is not just evidenced in the statistics we see, it's also in the fear that is felt by so many Jewish New Yorkers. I remember after October 7th, a friend of mine was telling me about going to his synagogue for Shabbat services and hearing the door open behind him and the chill that went up his spine as he turned around to see who it was and whether they meant to harm him. And I had a conversation just weeks ago with a Jewish man in Williamsburg who told me that he's now started to lock the same door he had kept open for decades. And it's this sense of not knowing whether one is safe. And ultimately, we need to protect each and every Jewish New Yorker, because what they deserve is what every New Yorker deserves, which is safety. And that's why at the core of our campaign's proposal to create a Department of Community Safety is to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%, the largest.
Like, can we just like talk real quick about how good he is at this? Like, this is why the media around him has to portray him so dishonestly. It's to prevent anyone from actually seeking out any of his appearances where he like gives a clear and concise answer. And it's like, I'm sorry, he's proposing increasing the budget of the anti-hate crime division by 8-fold. Like, he's the real deal.
Just of any campaign in this cycle, because ultimately we have to be judged by our actions, not just by the endless discourse about it all.
Yeah, you put out a statement.
Now, this is where I was just like, my eyebrows went up, and I was just like, okay, this is Jon Favreau, right? But not like the Marvel Jon Favreau. I'm blanking, right? I get him and like a few other like liberal podcasters confused. John Levitt, thank you. Damn, I'm bad at this.
After October 7th, where you talked about mourning the dead in Israel and Palestine, but you also reserved any condemnation in that statement for Israel. You talked about it as an apartheid state. You did not mention Hamas and the brutal terrorist attack.
Like, I'm sorry, this is such a dog shit question and framing.
Like, I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. I am disgusted by the atrocities being committed by Israel. But when I saw that statement, it made me worry in two ways. One is that you view it as some kind of a concession to be honest about Hamas, that it somehow hurts the Palestinian cause, the cause of peace. And two,
Yeah, I feel like he literally sat down and brainstormed how to ask, do you condemn Hamas without using those words?
you as a politician who wants to lead a city with the largest population of Jewish people outside of Israel
Just listen to his voice here.
didn't worry enough about their sentiments either morally or just as people you need to be part of your coalition to get done these big and important things, that you weren't doing the work necessary to build the credibility and trust with that community on this issue or any other issue you're trying to win people over on. I'm just wondering what your reaction is to that.
Like, this is, having watched this entire interview prior, this is the most animated Levitt gets in this entire conversation, and it feels very artificial, and it feels like an attempt to like gotcha him by saying, you know, how can New Yorkers trust you when you aren't even willing to stand up for them in a statement after a terrorist attack in a different country? Like, it's, you know, like it seems like a very disingenuous frame.
You know, I made clear in the days after October 7th, especially as there was a protest the next day, where I said,
Oh, Levitt is a shit lib, for sure. Lady Raincloud.
that I condemned the killing of civilians, and I condemned any rhetoric that made light of such killing. Because ultimately, any cause for freedom and justice and safety is one that has to be universal in its application of those things. It's why I've called October 7th what it was, which is a horrific war crime. And ultimately, the place from which all of my policies come from is a belief in international law as the foundation of how we can actually chart out a better future. And what you will see from our campaign is that we have, in fact, been able to build a coalition that reflects the beauty and the breadth
I can
of this.
smell IPAC from this interviewer.
I mean, not everything's APAC. I don't know. I don't know that Levitt gets money from APAC. I think he's just a liberal, you know, like a pretty shitty one. But like, I think it's just, I like what it is the knives are out in corporate media, and Pod Save America's pretty corporate. The knives are out for Zohran Mamdani because he's a socialist, you know? Oh, I did not know that, Sundry Clown Car. New York City has 75,000 Muslims, the largest concentration of Muslims in the United States. I did not know that. That's cool.
City, including so many Jewish New Yorkers, and that's not just evidenced by endorsements from Jewish organizations, but also that this plan I was telling you about around hate crimes and the Department of Community Safety, that's a plan that comes out of so many of those conversations. And I think to be clear, you know, I do not think that there is any relationship between condemning Hamas, which I've done time and time again, and believing in the necessity of universal human rights for each and every person, and that also including Palestinians. I think, in fact, what I've found is that most New Yorkers have that same desire for consistency and applying it to all people, and thinking that, you know, in the words of Noy Katzman, whose brother was killed by Hamas on October 7th, that we must never give up on the conviction that all life is equally precious, Israeli and Palestinian, Jewish and Arab, and we must never lose hope of a brighter, more peaceful future. And ultimately, that is what underpins this campaign and my politics at large.
See, this is why, again, they don't want you to listen to what he actually has to say, because it's so much easier to just point the finger and say, you're an anti-Semite. It's a lot harder to listen to his answer and continue to point at him and say he's an anti-Semite. Isn't it? Like, he's really good at this. The redirect towards essentially like, hey, not only have I condemned Hamas for this war crime, but I also believe that we should continue and move forward with hope and a fundamental like faith and bedrock built upon human rights. Like that is inarguably true. You know, like if you are a normal person and not like riddled with hate and corporate money, this is just how it should be done, you know? But this wasn't the only interview that like bothered me quite a bit, or had a segment where I was just like, wait, okay, all right. One of course was well, you know what? Let's break this up a little bit. I wanted to introduce one of the ads that Zohran's campaign has run is specifically about kind of the history of New York City's ferry system. And I think it's interesting, and it's an interesting response to the free busing criticisms.
Take it in. A true icon of New York, the Staten Island Ferry. The Staten Island Ferry is a beacon on the waters of New York City, shuttling about 45,000 people a day. And the best part? It's free. For decades after opening in 1898, the Staten Island Ferry was just a nickel. Then, in the 1970s, the fare rose to a quarter. And in 1990, 50 cents. But since 1997, the ferry's been free. And New Yorkers have come to know it as a dependable means of transit. And it's the best way to see the Statue of Liberty. So when people say buses can never be free, don't ask them to take a hike. Ask them to take the ferry. On June 24th, let's get some more free transit.
Like, I mean, that's great. Also, I don't remember who, but I saw someone say something along the lines of, like, if Zohran Mamdani doesn't win the mayoral election, he has a very promising career as somebody who could, like, do narration for, like, historical documentaries. Like, I would listen to Zohran Mamdani talk about the history of New York City. I would listen to that. I think that'd be good. But the other interview I wanted to talk about, another like criticism I wanted to talk about, was from the Bullwark. And I've made it no secret that like I have some pretty strong feelings about the Bullwark. It's an outlet of essentially never Trump Republicans, and they have, you know, they have a few non-former Republicans. Like they have some like centrists. They have some, I think, some left-leaning folks who their audience hates. But I've talked about how they're not our friends. And if you're on the left, they are not our friends. They are temporary allies against Donald Trump at best. Okay? As an outlet. And I found this part of the interview both infuriating and fascinating because, again, it gives Zohran Mamdani a chance to actually portray his policies correctly in the face of a hostile interviewer. You know, someone who's clearly not convinced by any of his arguments. But I think even in the face of that, he makes good points and is able to argue for his policy proposals effectively. So let's take a look at that real quick.
Concern. We'll move through them quickly. Okay?
Let's go.
Are you ready? Number one is, as I mentioned earlier, capitalism. You tweeted, taxation isn't theft, capitalism is. You also want to seize the means of produce production in New York City. I would like to hear your thoughts on both those topics.
Yes, well, I would say judging me by my tweets sends me down a long road.
I have some bad tweets too, but it's just it's right there. You want to be mayor? Yeah, you're saying capitalism is theft. That seems bad to me.
What I've said over the course of this campaign is what I would focus on, and what my critiques of capitalism have been and continue to be is that this inequality is a feature of it.
Yeah, just understand that, like, fundamentally that question is, why are you anti-American? You know, like, that is kind of the framework of the question, right? Like, in America, it has been treated as, you know, sacrilegious to criticize capitalism for so long that it's just kind of ingrained in a lot of Americans. And so it's not a surprising question to get from someone who is like a neoliberal or someone who's like, capitalism's good, it's just gone a little bit too far. But I think it's great how he answers this question, especially in light of, you know, he immediately answers here inequality and capitalism being linked. And I wanted to throw this up, if I can get it real quick. Got to get you a nice little graph to illustrate the point he's trying to make. Oh man, we have to do an AI segment soon, and it's lurking in the back of my mind, making me angry. Let's see. Where are you at? Where are you at, Graph? I know you're coming up. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Bookmark this graph. From globalinequality.org. Okay? Let's take a look. Yeah. Let's take a look at, where is it? So good. Here we go. Found the graph. Who benefits from global economic growth? Gains in individual annual income from 1980 to 2023 by global income percentile. And you can see that the richest 1% captured 54% of global growth total, and the richest 5% combined captured 70% of global growth. When we talk about how, industrialization and, robotics and, computers have sped up and made people working within the system more and more and more productive, despite stagnant wages for the last 60 years, this is where all of the money went. This is where all of the benefit to the global population went. It went to the top 1 to 5% of society, right? This is an unsustainable method of growth. And not only that, but this is a system that prioritizes and makes more powerful the people who are benefiting the most from it. And so they reap all of those benefits, and then they use those benefits to maintain their monopoly on the benefits, essentially. And when I talk about capitalism essentially being a pyramid scheme to concentrate wealth in the upper echelons of society, the upper 1%, the upper 5%, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And this is the trend of capitalism. This is not, capitalism without, without restraint. This is just capitalism. Capitalism will always seek to do this. Always. This is globally the effect of it. So understand that inequality is exactly what he's talking about when he's asked about this.
And if we do not have a focus on how we actually extend that understanding of dignity that every New Yorker deserves and make it a reality, if you talk to New Yorkers, you'll say, yeah, everyone deserves public education, being able to go to a library, sanitation. But then there are certain things that we agree are just as critical, and yet we allow people to be priced in or out of those things, whether we're talking about housing or we're talking about produce. And I think that comes to your second point, is our proposal to create a pilot program for a network of municipal-owned grocery stores. Now, this is a program, to be clear, that would be one store in each borough, 5 stores.
Which, That's a great plan. There are food deserts in New York City where it is hard to go get your groceries. If you are poor in New York City, you don't have a car to like go and drive someplace to get your groceries. You are limited to where you can get on foot or maybe on bicycle. You know, you might have to walk and then carry those groceries for miles if you live in a food desert.
Stores across New York City, it would cost
So we have
$60
5
million.
communist stores. This might be an interesting test case to see how poorly it does compared to.
But look,
neighbors.
I
see what I mean? Interesting test case to see how poorly it does. You know, which is an idea and a statement that can only be born out of someone who has never seen the data on the fact that there are municipally run grocery stores across America already that are doing great, that are serving the communities that they exist in admirably. They exist to solve problems that capitalism is incapable of solving on its own, because if capitalism was capable of solving it, it would be solved. There would not be food deserts there. And like I'm wondering what Tim's, I think his name's Tim, what his position would be on the fact that, like, well, these people live in a place without a grocery store already. You know, like New York City already subsidizes their grocery stores to exist in like neighborhoods that they wouldn't otherwise exist in. Is it just we need to increase the subsidies to private corporations that are going to pocket that and like give it to their CEOs? Why? Why is that like the only solution? Why? like how capitalism deals with food deserts, chat, is with, you know, first you have your chain grocery store enters the chat, right? Then eventually they corner the market, they raise their prices, things get more expensive. And then, well, you know, a Walmart rolls into town and they have lower prices than the other grocery store, and it becomes like the fancy chain grocery store. And, you know, the poor people go to Walmart. But then if like the wealth inequality keeps getting bigger and bigger, then there are people who are too poor to work to go and shop at the Walmart for food, right? And what happens then is there's only really one additional answer that capitalism offers, and that's Dollar General. Dollar General, their explicit business plan, and I have a video on my channel going over this, but their explicit business plan is essentially to squeeze the people, like if Walmart is a store for people who have, you know, $25 in their pocket, Dollar General is a store for people who have like $5 in their pocket, you know? You know, it's for the people who are down to their last buck. Because you can look at the actual data of what gets sold and how much product comes out through those stores. Dollar Generals are inherently predatory. If you measure up what you get from a Dollar General versus what you get from like a traditional grocery store, you get way less for your buck at a Dollar General. It is just a predatory system that makes things more expensive for the poorest people in society. It's like that Terry Pratchett quote about boots. You know, if you have enough money for good leather boots, they might last you your entire life. But if you can't afford the leather boots, then you have to buy a cardboard boots and replace them every 3 years. You know? And over the span of your lifetime, you're going to wind up paying exponentially more for those cardboard boots than people who just bought the one pair. It's how poverty is more expensive than wealth.
I think no matter how you think about the idea,
Yeah.
I do think that there should be more room for reasonable policy experimentation in our cities and in our country, where we actually test out our ideas. And if they work, they work. And if they don't work, c'est la vie. Then the idea was wrong. But the reason I think it would work is that This is less than half the cost of what the city's already spending on subsidies.
I wish he would incorporate into his rhetoric that it has worked other places. It's not like this is a groundbreaking new strat of like municipally owned grocery stores. There are other places doing it already with great success. I do think that his argument isn't bad. I just wish he would incorporate, other examples of success in there.
Subsidizing corporate supermarkets through a program called City Fresh. The city's set to spend about $140 million through those subsidies.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come with a guarantee of cheaper groceries, doesn't come with a requirement to accept SNAP or WIC or to engage in collective bargaining. And over the more than 10 years that it's been in operation, we see just a few more than a dozen stores that have actually received this. And ultimately, the reason I think this could work is it's worked in Kansas. There's been a feasibility study done in Chicago about the urgency of it and that it can actually be implemented. And that we are here in a city where if you're making $40K a year or $200K a year, you'll still hear that sticker shock of going to the grocery store, of not knowing if you can actually afford the same thing that you used to
I'm
be
with
able
you
to.
I'm with you on the test. I'll just say so I lived in Oakland in a low income neighborhood in Oakland for a while, a couple years ago, and they put one of the community stores in those that the city was subsidizing. One of the kind of probably seems like similar.
Oh, Jesus, Cynicism Inc. In my country, we're actually facing a crisis because basic groceries are so expensive that one fridge refill costs up to a tenth of our average paychecks. And the obvious solution is a nationalized supermarket chain, which we had until 1991. That's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about a nationalized chain, like supermarket chain, versus like a locally owned chain. Though I can see the upsides. For example, I've frequently been an advocate for like federalized food banks, where like the federal government would take on the cost of actually like shipping excess crops or excess goods to different food banks. Because often when I dig into the issue, it seems like the logistics of transport are one of the main roadblocks of getting like food to places where, people who need to rely on food banks would need it. And it seems to me that that's a cost that the federal government could easily bear. But maybe in a similar vein to what you're proposing. Might also depend on the size of country. That's very true. Heart splinters, my main pause when hearing like provincial or like state grocery stores, like for the individual states here in America, is that what would inevitably happen is that red states would torpedo those municipal, not municipal, but those state-owned stores. They deliberately sabotage them because that's what red states do here in America. But I think that possibility is a lot less likely in the American context if you have it owned by the city, And because Republicans will often seek to attack things on the state level, but on the local level, those things, like they like those things. They feel like, oh well, my city council is more beholden to me, and so like that's we did a town grocery store, and that's good because we did it, as opposed to the state,
Similar to the City Fresh program that you're talking about, and it was like, it was a half mile from the Walmart, which had much cheaper food in the end, and like the place shut down, right? Like it just didn't. So sometimes, it's a question of whether or not you can actually make it cheaper, right? Because in a lot of times, some of the bigger chains like will have scale, and it might not work, right?
And I think when you're talking about Walmart, there's also larger national questions about laws that haven't been followed about ensuring that there's equal pricing across groceries and these kind of larger warehouse providers. But I think the second part of this argument that sometimes gets lost is that even in a city like New York, there are food deserts that are disproportionately impacting Black and brown New Yorkers, where, you know, I represent the largest public housing development.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, if you're arguing like, oh, well, you might be able to get things cheaper in a different borough, like, do you have any idea how much effort it would take to like go to a different a different borough to like get groceries? Like, if you're just opening up a municipal grocery store in a food desert, people are going to go to that grocery store even if it's slightly more expensive than a Walmart or something, a Whole Foods. Though I imagine with New York City's like population, tax base, etc., like they could probably leverage some lower prices. Just a thought.
In North America, Queensbridge houses
Yeah.
in Western Queens. I have constituents who ask me, why can I find 5 fast food restaurants in a 5-block radius, but I can't find a place where I can afford good produce? And I think that when you're starting with 5, one in each borough, it also allows you to solve multiple problems at the same time. It's not to say that the vision here is we will
I
not
bet
stop
this
until there is a
motherfucker could be president in 3 election cycles.
Genuinely, one of the things I think that if we get him as mayor of New York, I'm really, really looking forward to, one, Richie Torres not running for governor of New York, and two, and two, seeing where he goes in his political career, because like, I think he can actually pull off his policy proposals. I think they're good ideas, and I think he might be able to get like the city on board with them.
you know, municipal owned grocery store in every block. It's that we're trying to solve a problem.
Got it. Okay.
And how do we?
Yeah, it also exactly, J-Beck. It also means good, well-paying government jobs in these different areas. That's a good thing.
So,
Let me go to my number 2 issue of what concerns me about
Hit it.
you. Other mayors of your
He can't be president. He wasn't born here. Look, all I'm saying is Cenk Uygur ran so that Zohran could soar. Look, by the time he's considering a run for president, he'll have enough political capital to change the Constitution.
your ilk, whatever you want to call them, DSA, squattish, progressive, aren't exactly crushing it. Brandon Johnson is in Chicago. I've seen a poll this year with him at 6% approval and another one with him at 14% approval. So there's a lot of Democrats in Chicago that are pretty unhappy with him. That's not just the Republicans. What?
Look at this guy who's similar to how you would be as a mayor. He's pretty shitty, isn't he? Like, fuck off, Tim.
What do you think about what Brandon Johnson's doing in Chicago? Do you have a model of a progressive mayor you think is doing a good job?
I think Mayor Wu has been doing a very good job in Boston, and she's someone who has been an inspiration of mine, even just in my focus on fare free bus transit. That was built out of, in part, the results we saw when she made a number of bus routes free in Boston. One of them was Route 28. By making it free, they decreased the dwell time at each bus stop by 23%. So it was showcasing again that you do this, it's not just economic relief, it's also the speed of this bus, the public safety of this bus. And, you know, to Cameron's point earlier,
I love that the question is, why do you think people will like you? One of the most liked political candidates in New York City history. Why do you think people will like you as mayor? Well, I'm going to make the actual lived experience of average New Yorkers better, is a pretty good response.
I am 2 years younger than Mayor Wu was when she ran for that same position. And I think when we're thinking about a new generation of leadership, having a model that works is important. The other point that I would make is that oftentimes critiques of someone on the left's administration is seen as if it is one that has to be, that is reflective of an inability of that ideological bend to govern. And yet when we have someone so proudly...
This guy is probably the only politician that women would trust with their drink.
You know, that's a... Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, top tier Zohran Mamdani campaign meme. You know, like women trust him more than the bear. You know? Rank Zohran Mamdani 1. I'd let him hold my purse. Olympians, thank you for the $5 dono.
...a centrist like Eric Adams. his failures are considered to be
Yeah, maybe Brad Lander. I think Brad Lander would probably be ranked over the bear. But, you know, it's Zohran, Lander, Bear to me.
personal ones, as opposed to political failures of his
Right,
ideology.
Eric somehow is still more popular than Brandon Johnson, which is concerning, I would think, if you're Brandon.
Eric is a very talented communicator.
all right,
he's
I'm
the
just gonna-
mayor of the Tel Aviv of America. Okay, sorry. I'm
Sorry,
done.
we'll watch it. Tel Aviv sensitive. We're gonna get to Israel next. It's the last
Brad is tied with the bear.
final topic. But just really quick on Brandon Johnson, I just want to give one specific example of something that worries me about progressive type mayors. Right?
Please.
So we were talking about housing earlier, right? And so in March, Brandon Johnson tweeted that Chicago invested $11 billion to build 10,000 more units of affordable housing. That's $1 million a unit. Like, that's just way more expensive than market rate housing. And one of the reasons was, if you look at how they did the projects, they had these goals, you know, and if you to get a project, right? Okay, you've seen this, right? So it's like you got 10 points if it's green. That's good. I like green. You got 11 points if it was BIPOC. You got another 11 points if there were women on the development team. I like BIPOCs and women building things, but like you only got 3 points if you contained cost. And so it just feels like there's like,
You know, can we just like for a second? I love, right, that like this guy's like $11 billion for only 10,000 units. Huh. That's no good. And well, let's just take a quick look here. Yeah. Boop. In 2016, Obama will seek $11 billion for homeless families. And like, I don't know. I think guys like Tim, well, maybe not like Tim. He's a never Trumper. So maybe not. Maybe wouldn't have been on board with the Obama train. But like, you're complaining like, oh, well, this mayor got 11 billion, but only got like 10,000 units. And it's kind of like, well, you know, that $1 billion that Obama like put out there is like mostly to housing vouchers to get people housed, but it was also to build like 10,000 new units, which, discretionary spending on 10,000 new housing vouchers. So like, Obama isn't even building new units. It's vouchers for existing units that go directly into landlord coffers. And so I don't know. It seems kind of shitty to say, like, look at this mayor. He did $11 billion and only got 10,000 new units. And it's like, I mean, like, that's not a great return on investment, but also, like, it's more than a lot of people have been doing. And I just want to point this out there because I feel like it's worth pointing out. The way a lot of liberals talk about housing, it's as if someone like the housing gets filled and then it stays filled in perpetuity, you know? So, like, okay, you spent a lot of money to build units. Those units don't just go away, right? They stick around to be used
I have
for the
seen what
foreseeable
United
future.
States project housing look like, and in my opinion, it is very substandard.
Yeah. But also, I think we can do it better. I think we can do it cheaper. And I think that honestly, a lot of what happens is that a lot of the money is spent on like the overhead for private corporations that have profit motives and have investors and want returns on those. And so what ends up happening is a lot of people skim, and the costs go through the roof. And then there are zoning laws. And so like I think that there is a lot that someone can do, especially the mayor of New York City, that can do to be able to build new housing, to be able to, you know, accommodate folks. And then that housing is there and we can build more in the future, you know? God. And yeah, the projects are not great, but other countries, and notably other countries with big cities, have been able to effectively eliminate homelessness by building gorgeous, lovely, sustainable housing for people who would otherwise be homeless. And it's just we can do it. It's just a matter of political will. All I'm saying is that, like, I don't think what Obama did was anywhere near enough, but I think there's a lot we can do on a local level to build housing, especially if that local level is New York City.
It's like this priority miss sometimes with progressive folks who are like so like want to keep everybody in the coalition happy over, you know, getting, you know, doing affordable housing or whatever for working class folks in the city. What do you say to that critique?
I think that it is not a model that is working to its intent. The intent is to build as much affordable housing. And if that is the amount of money it costs to build, then you will simply not be able to build to the extent that's required. And it's interesting in that, you know, that cost per unit that you're highlighting is one of a critique of a public sector position. And then also here in New York City, we've had a very different style of incentivizing the production of affordable housing through tax incentives for developers that has seen similar costs of more than $1 million oftentimes for the creation of an affordable unit. And I think that this is also where earlier in the conversation we were having, on the left, we have to care about excellence in public service, because if our whole vision for affordable housing is unable to actually match the scale of this crisis, then it's not worth its salt. And to me, I think we also have to ask ourselves larger questions of how do we drive down the cost of so much of what we build? Because it's very tempting to look at the Second Avenue subway being the most expensive subway mile in the history of the world and say, oh, this is because of labor costs, when in reality, Paris has just as strong, if not stronger, labor unions, and their cost per mile is significantly lower. And I think a lot of this comes
there weren't 100
from
consultants getting paid.
Yeah, and
I mean, he's not wrong about that one. Like, again, there are a lot of leeches on this system that prevent us from actually being able to get the construction done, because it's not the actual construction that is costing the most money here. The money is getting, like, sucked out in a million different ways, and it balloons the cost of these projects.
And I think that's the thing, you know, in the first phase of the Second Avenue subway, we spent more on consulting than construction. And I think this comes back to, there's an addiction we have to contracting, to consulting. But I think also what we need to do more of is say that this is the amount of money we're spending, and we have to work backwards from this. How do we ensure that we are actually able to innovate in the public sector? Because there are examples of that. You know, the mini fridge in the United States exists because NYCHA, New York City Housing Authority, put out an RFP for a specific size fridge that could fit in a public housing unit. That is also a story of innovation, but that story is lost when the larger story is one of betraying the hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers who live in that housing in substandard conditions.
Right, last one, then we'll let Good Twink close it out. All right,
Yep.
so we get to the Israel. We mentioned the Islamophobia. Obviously, we also have to be worried about the uptick in anti-Semitism. And there's one thing in particular that frustrates me when talking with folks on the left, and that is like downplaying this conversation about how there obviously is anti-Semitism on the right, but there's anti-Semitism coming from the left and coming from these protests. And one example I think of is this phrase, globalize the intifada, which is a very popular phrase at protests on the left.
Now, I wanna let you know that, number one, when I covered this, when I watched this the first time, I was just like, fuck, man. Like, just another, like, these attempts to, like, gotcha him as, like, an anti-Semite are crazy. you know? And I think his response is so fucking good.
And maybe some people say that phrase with good intent, but there's certainly some people who are saying that phrase with violent intent. So I wonder what you think about that, about the phrase globalized intifada and what we've seen as some anti-Semitism coming from the left-wing protesters.
I think the first thing, as you were saying, is anti-Semitism is a real issue in our city. And it's one that can be captured in statistics, the ones that you're citing. It's also one that you will feel in conversations you have with Jewish New Yorkers across the city. And I remember one conversation I had with a friend of mine after the horrific war crime of October 7th. He was telling me that he went for Shabbat services at his temple and he was facing forward when he heard the door open. And he turned back with a chill going up his spine because he didn't know who was coming in. And that's more than a year ago. And then just a few weeks ago, I had a conversation with a Jewish man in Williamsburg who...
Bisadu, he's saying I guess I should have clarified there. Tim is asking this question specifically to paint the protests against the genocide that is ongoing in Gaza as anti-Semitic. And because Zohran is associated with those protests, by extension, to paint him as an anti-Semite. So hopefully that clears up what they're saying. In America, one of the common through lines through corporate media has been that like protesters
Does
here
IPAC
are
fund
anti-Semitic.
sponsor podcasts?
As far as I know, Olympians, no. This is just a very common belief in the corporate media ecosystem. It's a convenient bludgeon that is often deployed against socialists, and that's why one of the reasons I compare Zohran's campaign to Bernie Sanders in 2016 is because they're deploying a lot of the same criticisms. You know, revisiting the anti-Semitism. Well, like they also, said that Bernie Sanders, who's Jewish, was an anti-Semite. No, this guy's just right wing. I mean, he is right wing, but also so is the liberal mainstream media. Liberal,
who told me that the same door he would keep unlocked for decades is one that he now locks out of a fear of what could happen in his own neighborhood. And I think that this is something that has to be the focus of the next mayoral administration, is not just talking about it, but tackling it. And these are the conversations that have informed our commitment around increasing funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800% in our Department of Community Safety. And to the question of language that's being used, I am someone who I would say
this is really good.
Am less comfortable with the idea of banning the use of certain words, and that I think it is more evocative of a Trump-style approach to how to lead a country. And I think especially when we've seen...
Sure, but does that just make you uncomfortable? Like the phrase globalized intifada, from the river to the sea, does that make you uncomfortable? Or do you think...
Okay, those are different. Those are super different.
They're not really.
Like different genres.
I'm sorry, I'm asking Zohran. Then they're not really different to me. And to some people, they're not different.
I know people for whom those things mean very...
To some people, they're not different. To some people, they're not different. Like me.
Very different things. And to me, ultimately, what I hear in so many is a desperate desire for equality and equal rights in standing up for Palestinian human rights. And I think what's difficult also is that the very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, because it's a word that means struggle.
Sure.
And as a Muslim man who grew up post 9/11, I'm all too familiar in the way in which Arabic words can be twisted, can be distorted, can be used to justify any kind of meaning.
Yep.
And I think that's where it leaves me with a sense that what we need to do is focus on keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe, and the question of the permissibility of language is something that I haven't ventured
Cool.
into.
All right.
That's such a good answer. Do you have any idea how like that was like a like for me, someone who cares about rhetoric a lot in political communication, that was masterfully done. That was masterfully done. It was really good. So, asked about globalize the Intifada, he just points out Intifada is just a word for struggle. The United States Holocaust Museum uses that word. You know, and he's right. He's correct. And not only that, he's able to point that out, and that it doesn't make him uncomfortable because what he cares about is equal rights, and that he's not going to get bogged down in the language here because that language is used by everyone in Arabic. You know, like... And what we're talking about is a fight fundamentally for the fundamental equality and human rights of Palestinians. And it's just really great because, one, it centers the conversation on what should be centered. You know, the humanity of Palestinians. And not only does it do that, but it's also able to disarm the phrase itself. And also to point out that, like, what you're really doing here is that you... Did I lose my voice? No. But what you're really doing here is essentially dabbling in anti-Arab bigotry. Like, it really does boil down to, oh, that word is Arabic, therefore it's scary. I don't know. I think that's a really, really good way of reframing the conversation. And I think that more people need to be paying attention to how Zohran Mamdani responds to these hostile questions, because the liberal majority in this country, they're not going to stop with Zohran Mamdani. Other people who are coming up who believe in fundamental equality and worthiness of human beings, they're going to need to be able to answer the same questions. Yeah, Vicky Klee, they did make "God is great" in Arabic a scary phrase, yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I find it fascinating. And I wanted to close out I wanted to close out this segment with Zohran Mamdani's speech from his rally with AOC. So let's take a look at that together. Yeah. There we go. Forgive me, the only upload I could find is a vertical slice, and I don't know why, but this is the only upload I could find. If someone has the full screen version, I'd appreciate it. Is it going to be this quiet? Do I have to turn it up?
Thank you.
Hi. Glad I caught you in the middle of the day.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Welcome. Here, I do think I need to make it louder. Let's do that. 250 should be good. Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good evening! New York City, how we feeling?
Maybe a bit too loud?
Are we ready to win on June 20th?
Yeah, maybe a bit too loud. Okay. Let's. All right. We went too far. Went too far. Should have just been at 200. All right. Message received.
24th! Thank you to our MC, the Kid Mero. Thank you to the elected officials, labor, and movement leaders who've joined us tonight. And thank you to my friend, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She has shown us time and again that we can fight and that we can win. She is a model for this country in how to lead with integrity. And what an honor it is to have her endorsement. And what an honor it is to look out onto this crowd and to see the city I love. There are over 3,000 New Yorkers here this evening, and thousands more watching from home. New Yorkers who believe that living here shouldn't be a daily grind of anxiety. New Yorkers who are ready to turn the page on years of corruption and incompetence. To reject the politics of distraction and fear, of big money and small vision, of cowardice and collaboration in the face of Trump's authoritarianism. New Yorkers who are ready for a new generation of leadership that puts working people first. My brothers and sisters, you are the beating heart of this campaign. You have climbed 6th-floor walk-ups and braved the pouring rain to canvass our city. You have shared our message with the very New Yorkers you've lived alongside for years, but never had the chance to meet.
I know it's a small thing, but I really appreciate that he calls them brothers and sisters. You know? It's been a while since I heard a politician refer to constituents as like fellow workers, you know, like it's like he's not on high, he's not lording over them, he's not some political dynast, he is just a man who wants to make things better for his community.
And make no mistake, this campaign is reaching every corner of this city. I see the work each of you do when New Yorkers wave excitedly from bus windows and shout, "Freeze the rent!" from moving cars. I see it.
Can we also just acknowledge that the rent is too damn high guy from years ago, like, was beloved for just saying the rent is too damn high, and then almost no one ran on lowering rents? This is like the first like major guy I can remember who's talking about lowering actual rent costs.
I see it when volunteers who have never participated in politics before dedicate their every Sunday night to spreading our message. And I see it when thousands of New Yorkers post proud screenshots of their first ever ballots. And I feel it when the uncles and aunties who felt long abandoned by a broken status quo pull me aside to tell me that finally they're excited to believe again. We stand on the verge of a victory that will resonate across the country and the world.
He's got the unks and aunts on lock. Let's
Make
go.
no mistake, this victory will be historic not just because of who I am, a Muslim immigrant and a proud democratic socialist.
Also, can we just take a moment and be like, this man is running as a democratic socialist. If he can win New York City, like, all the more reason to retake the socialist label here in America. I know people who shy away from it because the word might scare some people, but like, genuinely, what needs to be done is, hey, let's rebuild that brand. let's rebuild that that value proposition. Let's return to tradition, in a sense, and in fact buoy the original meaning of that term. Let's stand by our brothers and sisters here in America, the working class of the world, you know, the tired, trodden masses, the people who have time and time again been welcomed here in America. And let's make it happen.
But for what we will do, make this city affordable for everyone. I think of a woman I met on the BX33 in the Bronx a few years ago. As I sat next to her, she told me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. We're going to make this city one where working people can love it once again. That is who I am thinking about tonight, the New Yorkers who make this city run. Because after this rally, as many of us sleep, millions of our neighbors will step out onto moonlit streets across our city. Nurses working the night shift will put on their scrubs and save lives. City workers will clean subway stations and pick up our trash.
The primary, Hundo, is in 3 days. It's on the 24th. Gonna try and get this out tomorrow, the 22nd. It's the last ditch effort to get people knocking doors and phone banking.
Office buildings will be made new again as the midnight shift scrubs and polishes in the dark. Many of these New Yorkers are immigrants who traveled to this city from faraway countries with nothing in their pockets except a dream of a better life. And even more New Yorkers will spend the entire night tirelessly working and return home carrying the burden that it still isn't enough. The sun rises, the bills continue to climb, and the stress never seems to fade. If New York truly is the city that never sleeps, we deserve a mayor who fights for those of us who labor at every single hour of the day. I will be that mayor. And I want to tell you that when we launched...
Dude is just so good at this.
Thank you, my friends. When we launched this campaign on a cold October evening, few thought we could win. Only a couple more could even pronounce my name. Andrew Cuomo still can't. The so-called experts said we would be lucky to break 5%.
God.
But I always knew that we would build a campaign just like this. So when a disgraced former governor questions whether or not we can lead this city, I look at our campaign and I know the answer. Over 1 million doors knocked, more than 40,000 volunteers. A movement that the pundits and politicians had written off, now on the precipice of toppling a political dynasty. And because of that, we will win a city that we can afford. But what does winning look like? It looks like a rent-stabilized retiree who wakes up on the 1st of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... It looks like a single mom who can drop her kids off at school and know she won't be late to work because her bus will arrive on time and cost nothing at all.
Let's go.
Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... It looks like a young family that doesn't have to move to the suburbs because childcare doesn't cost more than college. In fact, it's free. Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal. And it looks like safety for everyone. Whether you're on the street, riding the subway, or a house of worship, with our Department of Community Safety. We will invest.
I know we've talked a lot about his policies over the course of this segment, but like, do you guys understand how many more people would feel safe enough calling like a public services line for like mental health checks on their loved ones? How many more people would feel comfortable like engaging with that element of service from the government versus calling the cops? Knowing that like if you're calling like a wellness check on someone, it could result in them being shot to death. Like I just, it's really hard to overstate how good that would be just on a basic human level, even if there were not financial incentives to do so. You know?
In the mental health services that we know work and will...
Damn, Dr. Ritchie says when you call a cop, you're calling a gun. 1,000%. Dr. Ritchie totally nailing it.
Tackle the rise in hate crimes that fill too many Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers with fear. We will stand up for small businesses and take on bad landlords and greedy corporations. We will make sure our public schools are excellent. Because our kids deserve better than crowded classrooms and neglected facilities. We will do all of this from a city hall that is accountable and transparent to the New Yorkers it proudly serves. And I will be a mayor who doesn't bow down to corporate interest, doesn't take his orders from billionaires, and sure as hell doesn't let ICE steal our neighbors from their homes.
I'm sorry, but like the fact that every single Democratic politician isn't currently out there giving speeches to this effect boggles my mind. Like, even if you're an establishment politician, even if you are like a milquetoast Dem, you should be out there giving a speech that at least says that. And so many Democrats aren't even living up to the bare minimum bar. You know? Look at that reaction.
There are no kings. There are no kings in America. Whether that's Donald Trump, Andrew Cuomo, or the Republican billionaires who fund both of their campaigns.
Damn, dude. Get
For
their
too
asses.
long, New Yorkers have learned not to expect much from those they elect. Failure has become familiar. Make no mistake, our democracy isn't just under attack from the outside. It's been eroded from within as well. When politicians give you crumbs time and time again and tell you to feel satisfied, it should come as no surprise that many among us have lost faith. But this campaign has given hope again through our vision that every person deserves a good and dignified life. And that government must deliver an agenda of abundance that puts the interests of the 99% over the 1%.
What I really like there is that he drops the abundance thing, right? And I feel like the way in which he drops it is like a complete, not like theft. Well, maybe like outright theft of the helm of the abundance agenda, and steers it into like socialist waters, you know? Like the Ezra Klein abundance liberalism thing, he's absolutely aware of it, and he's been asked about it in interviews, and his response is, yeah, I support changing like zoning regulations in order to make it easier to build stuff. And like that's the depth to which he takes it, right? Which is not the direction that the Ezra Klein types want to take it. They want to take it in the neoliberal direction, where it's effectively corporations will do what they will. They'll have their way with you and your lands and your goods, right? But instead, he's saying, yeah, we're gonna have abundance there's enough for everyone. There's enough to go around. We can all have and help each other. And yeah, it's all about sticking it to the 1%, man, and just steers it all back into populist waters. And I think that's a really, really, really politically savvy thing to do.
That is why Republican billionaires are spending millions of dollars to stop.
Yeah, maybe an inversion would be the word, a proper word choice. 3 raccoons in a trench coat.
To stop us. They know that this election isn't just about the future of our city. It's about the future of our democracy. Whether billionaires and massive corporations can simply buy our elections. Trust me, they will try. Over the next 10 days, you will not be able to turn on your TV, check your mail, or watch a video on YouTube without seeing an attack on our movement. There will be lies.
Yes, weaponizing abundance against its masters. Exactly.
Stoke fear and suspicion, even hate. And behind the—
Wait, does Zohran have any policies related to zoning laws? Yeah, one of his stances on housing is to build 200,000 new units, and he's elaborated on that policy because it's not as much as, well, here, actually, just a decent aside, a moment to go back to something we covered earlier. Was it here?
Right now, you're going to have a lot to do. Is it really a time to also be trying to figure out how to compete with, I don't know, Zabar's?
Lack of access that we could be solving for at the same time for where I can afford to 4 years ago.
No, not the grocery store. Where was it? Was it here?
We do believe the public sector has a role, but we also think the private have
here we go.
Profits of those very units not being put.
Here we go.
In those units and the people that are looking for them, life harder for those businesses. If you if you freeze rent at the stabilized units, doesn't that mean that more people will stay in those units and the people that are looking for them won't have them? Won't it also drive up the rents in the non-stabilized units? Like that, I guess like what I'm trying to see is like some of these seem like responses to a genuine crisis that kind of deal with New York as it is right now in a moment, but don't actually in the long term lead to the answer, right? Which is more grocery stores run that are affordable, more housing everywhere that's affordable.
I think I would share concerns if these were the exclusive answers to those questions. But to me, I think we desperately need places where New Yorkers can afford to buy produce. And the beauty of having a program where you pick one location in each borough is that you can...
this might not be the part of it that was.
And I say all this because as much as we both need to confront the crisis of the present and the future, we also have to understand that our inability to
been under
here we go
funded at the local level, at the national level. But what I didn't see, and look, it's a platform on a campaign website. It's going to be a summary. Is sure, yes, we need to invest more in that, but also like it was last year that 70 people at NYCHA were charged with I think fraud and bribery. It's been taken over by the federal government at times because of how poorly run it is. Even under de Blasio, I believe it was the inspector general or some watchdog described it as the worst landlord in the city. And so it's like, how do you talk about all the importance of reinvesting in these institutions, and I'm just curious how you think about the need to reform them as well.
I think it's critical. I don't think you can do one without the other. And I think that it is tempting at times to think of everything as a funding issue, and many things are funding issues. And yet we also know that there are a lot of dollars that we're investing that we are not actually seeing the intent with which they were invested being fulfilled. I mean, I know we're talking about NYCHA, but the single largest department in terms of spending within New York City's municipal budget is the Department of Education. And what we know is that too often there are politicians who will point to that scale of investment and say, the answer here is to cut funding for teachers and students.
God damn it. There's a different question here.
And I think it might have been the same where you talked about LaGuardia. And basically you were asked, where is an issue where you've been wrong? And you talked about the need, along with investing in public housing, to support more private development. And it led many to wonder whether you've been abundance pilled. And I know, and based on how online you are, you know what I mean. Are you abundance pilled? Are you somebody who where are you on abundance?
I think that there's a lot that conversation has brought, specifically around how hard or easy are we making it to actually tackle some of these issues. And I think sometimes it gets simplified and caricatured, but fundamentally to me, the thing that's been most interesting is introducing a new lens of analysis around the bureaucracy. And I think oftentimes the very things that we should care about on the left, we have allowed the right to make their own concerns. Bureaucracy, efficiency, waste. If you care about public goods, public service, these have to be your primary focuses, because any evidence of that inefficiency is then a justification for the elimination of the public sector. And I think similarly, if you think about the language of quality of life, it's often been understood as if it's a conservative concern. But in fact, that's a concern at the bedrock of every working class person's life. They want to have a good quality of life. And these are not things in tension with our principles. In fact, they're the fulfillment of them. And I think abundance is really interesting in its really bringing that focus around housing particularly, and even just the whole thinking of single stairwell versus dual stairwell, right? What are the very details that we often elide over that have a big impact on whether or not something can actually be brought to pencil?
Yeah, because when I went and looked at your
so I think that's a decent response. I do want to. There was just one aspect here.
It is that story represents, and I'm wondering if you've thought about how to get more of those people on board. For how look, it's over $100 billion budget we can afford. The cost of
I did not get the timestamp for this particular part. I'm just going off of memory.
Bosses, you have I see how you are persuading people. In other words, I kind of see how you and being pulled over to your side that appeals to people like ideas like universal child that somehow are
he's trying to tend to
and on how online you are. Where are you on abundance?
God damn it! All right.
Or some watchdog described it as the worst landlord in the city, and so it's like, how do you? You talk about all the importance of reinvesting in these institutions, and I'm just curious how you think about the need to reform them as well.
I think it's critical. I don't think you can do one without the other, and I think that it is tempting at times to think of everything as a funding.
Wait, maybe I might have gotten two things mixed up. I think this was the abundance question. There's a part in this interview about housing.
I think the and you can't separate that from the fact that
no. Fuck. There's a part where like the host asks him a question about like building and like how Zohran's in favor of 200,000 units, but Zelnor Myri is in favor of 1 million units. I don't know, like 1 million units seems better. I forget which interview it's in, and he talks more about like zoning laws and stuff like that. But I feel like I'm now way too far afield. Let's go back to the actual meat and potatoes here.
Those lies are the same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House. But we know that this movement is more powerful than their money. That's what New Yorkers have already begun to say today at polling places across this city. And 10 days from now, on June 24th, we will speak in one voice. And to everyone who pulls me aside to whisper with the best intentions, you have already won. I am sorry, but the days of moral victories are over. And as my father told me years ago, when the right wins power, the left writes a great book. Those days are over too. Because this is a campaign that is going to win on June 24th.
Let's go.
And it's thanks to each and every one of you. On election night, after the polls have closed and the results have come in, we will go home. And as we close our eyes, the days of countless others will only be beginning. Doors in Jackson Heights and Parkchester and Bay Ridge and Soundview will open at midnight. New Yorkers will leave their homes and commute under streetlights to work, where they'll drive buses and mop floors and bake bread. For some, this will feel like any other night. But for so many more, thanks to all of you, it will feel like the dawn of a new day.
This election is on June 24th. 3 days from now, Vaughn 400.
And when the sun finally climbs above the horizon, that light will seem brighter than ever before. Because we, my friends, are going to win the city we deserve. And it's going to be one we can afford. One where we can dream again. And for that, I must say, thank you.
He's like the perfect, he's the apex politician. He's so good at this, guys.
Yeah.
What an absolute Chad. Now, folks, do not forget, all right? do not forget that you can volunteer for this man at zohranfornyc.com. And here is the link to phone bank. You can phone bank from anywhere in the United States. And you can also knock doors if you are in New York City. So please schedule some time, like a couple hours, to do some phone banking. It's really easy. You get a script, you get talking points. They give you likely voters. You're not going to be calling and like getting cussed out. It's going to be a fun experience, and it is going to be a valuable experience for you and for the campaign. It's something you can talk about. If you can put it on your resume as like a bona fide, like, get out there and get to work, folks, because it's crunch time. Early voting is over tomorrow, June 22nd. And on June 24th is the election. So you have by the time this segment gets out, you have 24 hours to get into the fight and phone bank or door knock. So make those hours count. And that being said, let's get Zohran Mamdani elected, folks. And like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. You know, the channel things. And with that, segment done. Oh, you found the Zellner question? Damn.
You're not going to be able to catch up with him on that. And but according to Politico recently, you were ahead in a poll. And I was like, huh. If you had told me...
All right, I don't... the time has passed, but thank you for finding it, Bisadu. Thank you for making sure I'm not crazy. Also, Johnny Ramo, you doing okay? Like, what? Why are you having a crash out? This is the closest I've seen any judge in modern history who points out capitalism as a problem. Supreme Court scathing dissent, Justice Jackson. Yeah, Ketanji Brown Jackson is one of the good ones. Like, she's fighting the good fight on the Supreme Court. It's all good, Bisadu. Let's see here. We need to win over boomers and Gen X. Hell yeah. Got a phone bank, gotta knock doors. That's how you reach those people. I've recovered from the psychic damage of the Happy Science anime, but my loyalty to the Sneeple remains undeterred. That's all good. Fighting Hobbit, I'm glad you've recovered from the mental damage. You drew the Happy Science bee? Oh, I don't... Oh, it's in the Discord. Oh, let's see. See. Is it under art? Art section? Yeah! Let's go, my rear end. Let's go. Sorry. It's a cutie. Character only in the movie for like 2 seconds. Introduces fucked up lore. And then is never seen again. I'm seeing more Majority Report peeps in here. Hell yeah, John Bogardus. That's because we support the Majority Report here in this house. But also, I've been shouted out by the Majority Report before. It doesn't count, though. It was at a live show, and one of my mods asked them to shout me out. And they had no idea who I was. God. Does anyone know what like Johnny Ramo was crashing out about? Because I have no idea. I came from watching Jenk get dog walked by Crystal and Kyle and proceeded to swallow his own tongue on camera. I'm really excited to watch it. That's our next little adventure. Also, Banana Brains, does my voice sound like it's hoarse? Or anyone else in chat? Does my voice sound hoarse today? I don't feel like it's hoarse. But maybe it sounds different. It might also sound different just because the acoustics of the room and my my sound device. You sound fine? Okay, thank you, Salmon Moose. Your voice sounds normal? Hell yeah. Sounds like it to me? Oh. Well, I'm getting conflicting reports here in the Riverboat Jack HQ. Sounds a little weird. I have a different audio mixing device in this location, so my voice is probably going to sound a bit different just because the mixer is different. Do I sound hoarse? Nay. Also, folks, Jack, you know I'd beat your ass if I thought you were overdoing it. I was gonna overdo it and stream last night, and I did not. But folks, we've been going for over 3 hours, or almost 3 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, you guys make this show possible. I can't like justify doing so many of the segments that I do outside of the fact that you guys support the show and believe in me enough to just let me do my thing, and I really, really, really appreciate that. So to all of you who have supported the show with your eyeballs, with your likes, with your subscriptions, with your super chats and bits and what have you, thank you so, so, so much. Okay? Yes, hit the button, folks. Hit the button. How did I miss so much of... I did decide to stream at fuck off o'clock because this was the time period I had available. What have I missed so far? You missed 3 hours of talking about Zohran Mamdani and the effort to bury him. Bizu! Lovely username. Your voice/presence is good for my ADHD. I can actually work and listen. Hell yeah. Let's see. Where are we at here, folks? Because we about to jump into the Jenk Kyle
button.
stuff. Punk Monk, thank you for hitting the dono button, and thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. It's because the world turned to shit and I'm fucking broken. Did I not tell everyone in chat to... Well, you were also all capsing and like yelling at other people in chat. So I hope
saved
you're okay.
yourself a massive headache by not covering the Kyle, Crystal, and Sync debate. My neurons exploded listening to all parties.
Yeah, I've definitely saved myself from neuron explosion fate. Definitely not about to watch that right now. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Keeping the white name scourge ever at bay in Riverboat chat. Also, ever more green names in YouTube chat. Love to see it. Also, wait a minute. How many people do we have watching in YouTube chat right now? How many people are watching on YouTube? Let's take a quick look here. We have around 270 people watching live and only 170 likes. Chat, I think we can hit 200 likes. I believe in you guys. Remember to like the goddamn stream. It's very important. The more of you that like the show, the more it gets shown to people on YouTube. You gotta hit that like button. It does things. Magical things for the algorithm. Young Black Economist! Hell yeah, let's go! Hope you're doing alright.
One cannot be typed as the first character when donating a number of subs, so 10 to 19 or over 100 cannot be done still.
That's so interesting. Here, you know what? I'm gonna message. I was trying to find where my Discord messages were, and it was just I just noticed the giant bee was on my other monitor the entire time. Let's see. I'll just shoot White Nervosa message about that. Do. Let's see. Where you at? Awesome. Nope. Cool. Sent the message. I have now alerted them, as I said I would a dozen months ago, and then forgot. Sorry, Sake Tanuki. I'm now producing an ASMR clip. You know it. Okay. Hacker voice. All right, folks. Are y'all ready? Y'all ready for your brain rot? Your lefty infighting brain rot? Because I am. That Zohran segment has been weighing on me for like a week. All right. Get that out of here. Cool. Please spare me? No, none will be spared. You ready to rumble? Fuck yeah, I am. I am, however, going to need to pee because I've been sitting here for 3 hours. I'm gonna go do that. And when I come back, we're going to start that segment. All right. BRB.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab, or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs our head are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Also, Sake Tanuki, just letting you know, White Nervosa is now aware, of that issue. However, you are able to gift anywhere from 10 to 19, but it's a typing bug. You are able to do it, but you have to use arrows in order to make it happen. Did y'all hear Trump tweeting that we bombed Iran? Damn, I really hope we didn't. It'd be really nice if that wasn't the case. Let's... Oh, God. Oh, God. Well... between 10:09 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 8 KC-135 Stratotankers, aircraft used for in-flight refueling and heavy equipment lifting, were visible on flight tracking websites taking off from Altus Air Force Base in Oklahoma. Cool. Shit. Well, that's really fucking bad. The B-2 bomber is the only bombing craft we have capable of carrying the munition to bomb the Fordo nuclear site in Iran. So it does seem like he's keeping his option on the table, and it seems like he's leaning towards doing it. I just really fucking hope that it doesn't wind up being nuclear ordnance. Really fucking hope. We wouldn't, but Taco? Yeah, Taco. The Taco tendencies might save us. It's on CNN. Oh, shit.
Technically, the B-52H could also carry it, but those are 70 years old and still in service.
Damn! You know, they don't make shit like they used to. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I'm not seeing the Trump tweet story. The worst thing they can put in that thing right now is a bunker buster. I just think that the guy who has a history of wanting to nuke other countries, especially countries like Iran, might, you know, do something fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reporting on CNN that says we have struck Iran. Dropped a link in current events. Beep borp. Israel claims killing of an Iranian commander's conflict enters second week. Yeah, but again, this is a link to, you know, he's considering it, which he's been considering it for days. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. Less than a minute ago. Trump announces airstrikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Donald Trump announced Saturday that the U.S. has completed a very successful attack on nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. We've completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo. Yeah. Full payload of... A full payload of bombs was dropped at the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There's not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for the attention to this matter. You know, I hate him a lot. I'm sorry, you can't bomb a country and then say peace talks? That's not how that works. Also, be aware of one thing, right? Be aware of one thing as we go deeper into this, because there's only one way we can go with this. And I mean, one, I'm glad at the very least it wasn't a nuclear strike, at least in the sense that I was afraid of. And number two, there has never been an air campaign capable of regime change. There has never been an air campaign capable of regime change. And the goal of Israel here, ostensibly, is regime change. The goal of the United States here, and the hawks that are supportive of this type of intervention, this type of engaging in acts of war, is regime change. And that is not possible to do without boots on the ground, without an invasion of Iran. It's just not, it's not possible. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, again, like, if the goal here is to keep Iran from getting nuclear weapons, I don't think this is going to do it. It might delay them slightly, but not by much. Well, exactly, Phoenix Sable. Like, what this does is incentivize getting a nuclear weapon for them. Like, it's apparently the only thing that will prevent them from trying to just, like, bomb with impunity, right? And John Bainbridge, the president cannot declare war without Congress. Though, remember, this Congress is dominated by Republicans. So, who the fuck knows? Those peace talks might be contingent on them accepting regime change. Well, that's the thing. The leadership, the Iranian leadership isn't going to do that. You know, like, they saw what happened to Gaddafi. They're not at all chuffed at the idea of turning themselves over and being prosecuted and killed, which is undeniably what would happen to them, you know? And again, it doesn't really matter if, like, he doesn't have... I mean, I guess in the sense that, like, he can't declare war and then draft people into the conflict, but, like, it's bad. Are we at DEF CON 2? I mean, I have to be honest, guys. All I know is this is fucking bad. That's my analysis. Also, keep in mind that Iran already had enriched uranium. And there was speculations that they had enough already on hand to make nuclear weapons. So I don't know that bombing the enrichment facilities is actually going to do all that much if, like, they put all of their efforts into creating a bomb, you know? I hate the Republican Party with every fiber of my being. If you're an anti-war Republican, do you speak out now and put actions behind your words? The thing is, this is why I hate Republicans. They aren't principled at all. They follow their leader. And their leader is like, actually, I'm not anti-war anymore. I'm going to bomb another country. And every single one of the pigs that lines up behind him will eat up that slop. It doesn't matter. You know, like Tucker Carlson might score some points on Ted Cruz, and at some point we'll go over that interview. But understand that the reason the reason Tucker Carlson is doing that is because he's eyeing a future in politics. He's eyeing like being kind of a next Trump-like figure with his Swanson frozen food fortune, So even the principled anti-war Republican is, he has ulterior motives, okay? He's not, none of them are doing it out of principle. I feel sick to my stomach. Yeah, that is a reasonable response to what's happening.
I just want to know how Cuomo would combat Trump with the lavish fellatio he's going to give him for defending Israel.
God. Well, that's the thing, Sake Tanuki. He won't. He won't combat Trump. Yeah. This is worth pointing out. Iran is probably going to start retaliating in ways that are really, really, really going to hurt the global economy. Like, Iran is not a global power, but Iran is a regional power of no small amount of agency. They could effectively shut this down, the Strait of Hormuz. We're starting to get into, especially because they've promised intense retaliation if the United States got involved, and now the United States is undeniably involved. And, well, it's going to get really ugly really quick. And if they do shut down the Strait of Hormuz, this would be like the sorry, I should play the video. This is the movement of shipping containers and oil, essentially. So, yeah. If the transportation of oil gets threatened, Donald Trump will view that as like a casus belli, That's really bad. So yeah, this is the pathway being laid out. It's literally Iraq 2.0. They have some WMDs in there. Time to invade because of oil. That is the exact playbook that is being played out again. Again. And Republicans are falling for it again. We're like, if this keeps on escalating, and I don't see a de-escalation route for Donald Trump here, or the Republican warhawks that are salivating. This is like the first time they've been hard in years. And they're salivating at the idea of putting boots on the ground in Iran. And what's going to happen here, mark my words, if this continues, trillions of dollars, hundreds of thousands, millions of people dead, predominantly Iranians.
A palate cleanser.
Oh, God. I don't know if I'm ready for a palate cleanser yet.
You told me you got caught up in the
I do actually. This is a very apropos palate cleanser because I do like this guy a lot. I like this clip.
You told me you got caught up in the tear gas as well. Describe what happened to you.
Oh, just tasted a little tear gas. Tasted like fascism.
Yep. Yep. Taste of fascism in my mouth intensifies. BS started in the 1950s. It's always been about the oil. I don't care what Israel says, of course, and I don't care what the US government says. It's always about the fucking oil. It is genuinely almost always about the fucking oil. Hope that guy's doing okay today. Same. And keep in mind, folks, the Republican Party we're dealing with right now is a death cult. They've gone all in on Donald Trump. They are more than willing to sacrifice human lives of Americans, and they view non-Americans as subhuman. And, like, there is going to be some kind of retaliation on a large scale, and I can only think of two different things. And one is messing with the oil, and the other is they have some kind of nuclear device. Those are the two things I can think of that would be a sufficient retaliatory escalation from them to demonstrate that people should stop fucking with them. And I don't like either of those possibilities. We're in some really uncharted water here, and it's real bad. And I just want to say personally, fuck every single, Republican who talked about how anti-war Donald Trump was. Fuck every single, liberal who carried water for Donald Trump being anti-war. Fuck every single, pundit who said, oh, no new wars. He's going to hold to that. It's going to be really bad, guys. So much for his Nobel Peace Prize. Well, that is legitimately terrible news. I just the juxtaposition on CNN between these posts. Trump announces airstrikes on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. The previous story 30 minutes prior, Trump prefers a diplomatic option toward Iran, but only if Tehran makes significant concessions. Literally just 20 minutes prior. That's crazy. People were still giving him the fucking benefit of the doubt 20 minutes prior. So what actually is happening? What actually is happening is that B-2 bombers, stealth bombers, flew through Iranian airspace, dropped their payloads on 3 different sites, including the Fordo facility, and then flew out. So 3 different sites were struck, which represents a major escalation in the conflict. It represents the America getting directly involved in the conflict beyond just helping with air defense. And it all but guarantees there is no peaceful solution here. And so that is what is happening right now. Is there any footage of the attack? No, because it was conducted by stealth bombers. So if they have footage, they're probably not going to release that. And footage on the ground, I believe, is of like Iranian, nuclear sites that I don't believe they have civilians filming them. Do you know where they hit? They hit 3 different nuclear sites. I know the Fordo one, one named Natanz, and another named Esfahan. So those are the 3 sites that got hit. And yeah, there are going to be a lot of Democrats who are equally hawkish. Fuck. This is really fucking bad, guys. And I know I keep saying that, but it's, let's see what Al Jazeera has to say right now. Trump shares social media post saying Fordo is gone. Only several days have passed since Trump issued the 2-week time frame. It was literally just lying. Like that's it. This is the thing, right? Like, so much in the media, it just comes down to he lied. He lied. He had no intentions of 2 weeks. I was hoping that, like, the lie was that he was just gonna, like, hope people forgot it in 2 weeks. But turns out the lie was just giving our troops time to position and then strike. Yeah, and no kidding. Trump did not seek congressional approval for the strikes. In the Senate and House of Representatives, legislators from both major parties had put forward legislation to compel Trump to go to Congress before attacking Iran's nuclear site, but Trump preempted the votes on the bills. So cool. So cool. No new wars. No new wars. No new wars. Fuck every single one of those ghouls. He did say within 2 weeks, true. He's giving an address at 10 p.m. about the strike. God, he's basically going to jerk off on stage, isn't he? Fuck. So many people are gonna die, guys. So many people are gonna die. And you know, the worst part is he's going to talk about how, like, now is the time for us to negotiate. And the entire, like, mainstream media establishment is going to go along with it and say, like, now the ball is in Iran's court as to whether they're going to negotiate. And it's just like, that's... real bad, guys. Paladin, I can't wait to see beautiful airstrike or beautiful missile added to the cultural lexicon. It makes me want to throw up. Like, that's genuinely like the physical reaction I'm having right now. If I'm not being super articulate, it's because I feel like I should throw up. Hey, Geo Dragon. It's taking everything in me, not the Fed post. Yeah. Gwynnifer Forever, don't permanently check out. This is bad, but it's not worth doing that.
Well, for the rest of the hour,
well, this is a 40-minute long conversation. I cannot do this right now. But I will maybe watch it offline, Jess. Well, keep in mind, folks, I don't think that there is any chance of Iran striking the United States. That is not really in the cards. Iran is not a global superpower. But the much more likely outcome is them hitting international oil shipping. Just the first 3 to 5 minutes? All right.
we'll hear General Wesley Clark in his
I do like Amy.
own words on the possibility of a U.S. attack on Iran, the impeachment of President Bush, the use of cluster bombs, the bombing of radio television Serbia during the Kosovo War under his command, and much more. I interviewed General Clark on Tuesday at the 92nd Street Y.
An oldie, but still applicable.
In New York. Now let's talk about Iran. You have a whole website devoted to stopping war.
www.stopiranwar.com.
Out of curiosity, is that still a thing? No, it is not. It redirected to what looks like a Vietnamese gambling website.
Do you see a replay of what happened in the lead up to the war with Iraq? The allegations of the weapons of mass destruction, the media leaping on to the bandwagon?
Well, in a way, but you know, history doesn't repeat itself exactly twice.
How does Amy Goodman look exactly the same 12 years later? Like, this is nuts.
What I did warn about when I testified in front of Congress in 2002, I said, if you want to worry about a state, it shouldn't be Iraq, it should be Iran. But this government, our administration, wanted to worry about Iraq, not Iran. I knew why, because I'd been through the Pentagon right after 9/11. About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me, and one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got come in, you got to come in and talk to me a second. I said, well, you're too busy. He said, no. He says, we've made the decision, we're going to war with Iraq. This was on or about the 20th of September.
Shh, Vicky Klee. I know this is a lot older than that, but don't make me feel that old.
I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why? He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, and he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me. And I saw him a year or so ago, and I said, you remember that? He said, sir, I didn't show you that memo. I didn't show it to you.
I'm sorry, what did you say his name was?
I'm not going to give you his name.
So go through the countries again?
Well, starting with Iraq, then Syria.
I feel like we kind of are getting the gist of it here, but this is
And Lebanon, then Libya, then Somalia and Sudan, and then back to Iran. So when you look at Iran, you say, is it a replay? It's not exactly a replay, but here's the truth, that Iran from the beginning has seen that the presence of the United States in Iraq was a threat. A blessing, because we took out Saddam Hussein and the Baathists. They couldn't handle them. We took care of it for them, but also a threat.
Oh, God. Okay. Cool. I wanted to play Dragon Age the Veilguard today. Here is Donald J. Trump's Truth Social. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. Like, what a fucking freak. What a fucking freak. Like, anyone who stands for this guy is also a fucking freak. I don't know that we're officially at war, Lady Rain-Cloud, but I don't know that the distinction matters. I hate him so much. Same here. I think that what's happening is that Truth Social is having some problems due to the fact that there's probably a lot of people visiting the website to check his Truth Social account. Oh, you found the archived version of the Stop War with Iran website. Let's check it out. Well, that's interesting. Seems like a lot of information. I'm not sure what to make out of this. It doesn't seem particularly... Yeah, I don't know. This does not seem like a particularly effective website. Let me put it that way. This is what his first term would have looked like if he didn't appoint neocons to his cabinet. Well, the Houthis have now made a statement. Mohammed Al-Fara, a member of the Yemeni group's political bureau, is saying that, quote, destroying a nuclear facility here and there is not the end of the war, but its beginning. The time of hit and run is gone. So that's cool. The Houthis are now threatening to attack ships in the Red Sea. Cool. Late Bloomer, thanks for the sub to Phoenix Sable. Democrat Sarah Jacobs in Congress says Trump's strikes against Iran are not only unconstitutional, but an escalation that risks bringing the United States into another endless and deadly war. Well, I don't see this ending in any way that is good for us or for anyone, really. Here's an update from Al Jazeera. The president has been, for the last few days, convening his national security team in the Situation Room. And what he has been asking, according to my sources, is if it was possible to strike these facilities to eradicate the nuclear program and not draw the United States into a broader conflict. Now, you could argue that there is a different thinking on this. Some people say that this is going to draw the U.S. into a broader conflict. But what he was advised is that this could be an effective single-strike operation, that this would allow for dismantling of the program and would still not allow for any escalation. So based on that guidance, we could assume this was a one-off, but it all depends on how the allies of Iran will react. We know that they have strong alliances with China, with Russia. We also know that there was careful warning that was given to the United States in advance of these strikes, and that was, if you assist Israel, there will be a price to pay. So Donald Trump has been advised that as commander-in-chief, this will not lead to escalation. That is the guidance he's acted on. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna see what happens, what the end result of dipshit politics is gonna be. I guess we're gonna find out what happens when you fill a room with a bunch of people who just want to convince a moron that he should poke the bear. Yeah, like, I don't know in what world, like, bombing a country isn't an escalation of a conflict. Dude literally thought he can just, like, bomb a country and get away scot-free. There would be, like, oh, no one will retaliate. You only destroyed some of their most valuable assets. I'm just... Because this has broader geopolitical consequences. Right? It's not just what Iran will do. It's what all of Iran's allies will do. You know? It is either that he doesn't think Iran will strike any U.S. military sites, or he just doesn't care. Yeah. God. Unfortunately, fleeing to Canada will not get us will not in fact stop the stupidity from unfolding. He doesn't think his brain is soup. Well, yeah, yeah. But that's kind of what I mean, right? Like when I say he's a dumbass, I mean it's because he doesn't really think for himself. He's just told what to do by like Stephen Miller, you know? Man, I hope a lot of those Republicans that voted for Trump because egg prices were high are excited about how this is going to work out for their bottom line. Fuck. Of course they're all going to fall in line, but like this is undoubtedly going to like make them all worse in every conceivable way. Did anybody actually vote over egg and gas prices? I'm sure that there were some people who actually voted because they thought the material conditions for themselves and their family would improve. Yeah, again, if you live in the conservative media bubble, that's what they tell you. You know? If you're in that conservative media bubble, they inundate you with messaging that is what this is all about. And then, they beat the drums of war and turn Republicans into pigs. Who will eat the slop and go to war. Also, Israel has been lobbying to get the United States into the conflict because, of course, it has. God, there's nothing quite as ghoulish as seeing like the military intelligence apparatus, both old and new, fall in line behind this. Here's CNN has an update here. Every intelligence gathering asset that the U.S. has focused on Fordo, according to a retired U.S. general. Let's see. Quote, you can anticipate that every intelligence gathering asset that the United States has, from satellite to communications intelligence to human intelligence, is now focused at least on Fordo to make sure that they have an accurate reading of what damage has been done to that site. And if they're going to be a need for attack or re-attack, Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, retired, told CNN. Kimmett said he was fascinated and impressed by U.S. President Donald Trump's announcement that the U.S. had struck 3 nuclear sites in Iran. I never really could understand what the 2-week pause meant or what it was for, what was left to negotiate, Kimmett said. I think the use of deception and trickery in this case, first of all, was successful, but second of all, saved the potential loss of American lives. And I genuinely... I mean, you can certainly say that, sir. But that seems incredibly premature. Fuck. No one is going to trust the states ever again. Lady Ringcloud, maybe step away for a day. You know, play a cute game or something. Watch, I don't know, Legally Blonde. I don't know, something light. Give me a reason not to crawl back into the bottle. Well, I would suggest that this is very bad, but the world
when you're in a
continues
better
to spin.
mindset. This guy's content is incredible.
Who dis? What? Well, you know, I'm here for this. So this is Weird Prop Food Part 3.
Edible prop dirt.
Sometimes you'll have a scene in a film or television show where an actor actually has to eat dirt. They used Oreos, ginger snaps, some off-brand cookies because they're dirt cheap. And last but not least, we added some Jimmies. Real potting soil? Fake.
Oh my god.
I just soiled myself.
Sometimes an actor might need to eat dryer lint. For this, I used white cotton candy and gray cake decorating dust. If you were to eat real dryer lint, you would definitely get the warm fuzzies. Sometimes in film or television, an actor has to eat something that they don't necessarily want to eat.
Oh my
like
god.
Like if they have to eat a stick of butter. So as the prop master, I've got to come up with an alternative that's a little more palatable. So I tried organic vegan cake icing and added some food coloring. It's a lot like real butter in the sense that it's got the same melting temperature and texture. You do need to keep it refrigerated, but it's real easy to eat and it's not too sweet. I think it turned out so good I can pat myself on the back.
No! God. Don't crawl back into the bottle, because weird little guys like that exist, okay? Weird little guys like that exist and will always continue to exist, and life is worth living, okay? There you go. Life is worth living because you're all a bunch of weird little goblins, and I love you, and you should continue to treat yourself well. Be kind to yourself. Just because bad things are happening in the world doesn't mean you have to have bad things happening in your heart. Embrace your inner weird little guy, okay? Lol, the logical continuation of real or cake. Honestly, right? Been hard to do lately. I know. It's hard to embrace the inner weird little guy sometimes. Who is that guy? That's a great question. That is Scott Prop and Roll. What a 10 out of 10 username. All of you go subscribe to his content right now. There you go. Nailed it. Already subbed to him? Hell yeah, Kiwi Burb. I don't think I'm strong enough for these times. My honest suggestion is if you are feeling very, very overwhelmed, is to go take a walk. Go take a walk. Go listen to some birds singing. You know, go, often when people feel super overwhelmed with the anxiety that they are feeling or the fear that they are feeling, one of the good ways to deal with that is to, one, remind yourself that the world is a really big place and most of it is good a lot of the time. And also, it can help to act out your anxiety. And what I mean by that is, if you're feeling your flight or your fight or flight response just going nuts, act out the fight, act out the flight, whichever you kind of roll into, find a place where you can punch a punching bag a lot. find a place where you can like just run. It doesn't even have to be like at a gym or anything. Just like go and fucking run. And another thing that can help is just cleaning. That helps me sometimes. Like when I feel internally disordered, ordering my space can help a lot. And I also don't. I know that I'm not advocating for like, oh, just get some sunshine, sweaty, you'll be fine. But like genuinely, if you are really struggling, like get some therapy. Have someone to talk to. You know, it can help when you are feeling really trapped to do something that gets you a little bit more in touch with your body. I've been paralyzed with depression the last few days, but cleaning my room unironically helped a lot. Yeah, because sometimes what winds up happening is you look at a space that is very disordered and you just feel like it's too much trouble. It's too much trouble to like get up and do anything for yourself, you know? It's too overwhelming to even get started doing another task because you need to clean to do that other task first. So make the cleaning just an end in and of itself. You know? When my partner's having a hard day, like if I clean the house, that can help her a lot. When I'm having a hard day, like, you know, walking into the kitchen and it's clean, like it makes my heart feel really happy. And then it makes me better able to do something like cook a food or something that we both like. So cleaning your space can help a lot with how you feel internally. It can be a freeing type of sensation. Just got back and wrote my senator about what just happened, one step at a time. Hell yeah, Rhyme Jack, let's go. Do not feel like it is hopeless, and do not feel like you are powerless, because that's when the despair really sets in. Continue to be active, continue to do stuff. Try to build long-term hope. True. Try to build long-term structures. Are we going to be okay? I mean, I think in the United States, we're going to be relatively okay. Like, people in general in Iran are not going to be okay. Oh, good. Ken Klippenstein. All right. What's up, Ken? U.S. military now briefing troops that its strike on Iran will likely result in counterstrikes on U.S. bases and facilities in the Middle East, and likely activate Iran and other foreign terrorist organization cells abroad, including the U.S., to conduct strikes against U.S. persons and facilities. Cool. I mean, like, it's not going to be good. Like, again, it's not as we're not in a fucking great spot, but like well, that's interesting. Ali Khamenei's Telegram account shares previous warning to the U.S. They didn't even make a new statement. They just retweeted, essentially, the televised comments from Wednesday. The damage it will suffer will be far greater than any harm Iran will encounter. Cool. Fuck Lindsey Graham. Fly, fight, win. Again, the only way to conduct a regime change operation is with boots on the ground. There is no historical precedent for airstrikes doing regime change. God. Trump hopes strikes prompt new diplomacy and isn't currently planning additional U.S. strikes. Uh-huh. I hate every single one of these Republicans. Again, Comrade Girl, nothing Iran has, to my knowledge, is capable of actually hitting the United States. So you should be fine. The type of terrorism that like Iran might be capable of would be like, I don't even know, but probably centered on like military targets, and like it would be done by like armed men rather than like a missile strike. And like again, like maybe a car bomb. Cyber attacks, almost certainly. My bet, though, on the response is that it's going to be closing down the Strait of Hormuz. I'm angry, but this is also not unexpected, and I feel such profound sadness. A lot of people are going to die who do not need to. Yeah, I mean, like that is very true, late bloomer. Iran has shown more restraint than anyone else in this conflict so far. But I don't know really what they're capable of in the region. Like, I don't know if they're capable of putting boots on the ground in Israel. I don't know what their
Taking
what
care
their
of
play
yourself
is.
makes you able to take care of others. Also, never drink alone, only socially in moderation.
True. Yeah, like the thing is, you don't have to be like a stan for the Iranian government. Like, it is what is about to unfold in my mind is just a colossal human tragedy. No other way of cutting it, really. It seems like residents in the city that's nearest the Fordo plant have heard the explosions to confirm on that end that things are going down. According to Iranian state media, there's no radioactive material at the targeted sites, so that's good. Though, and this is, again, this is just breaking like a minute or so ago. a worrying thing from the analysts at Al Jazeera is that the comment suggests that Iranian authorities may have moved enriched uranium from the facilities before they were bombed. Yeah. Now, for my guess, okay, if that is the case, if enriched uranium was moved prior to the strikes, then my guess would be that Iran's main play here would be to try and play for time, rapidly develop nuclear weapons, and conduct a successful nuclear test in order to demonstrate deterrence. You know? Again, I don't believe Iran has any delivery mechanism capable of actually sending a nuke to the United States, but they do obviously have delivery mechanisms that would enable them to deliver such a bomb to Israel. And I mean, they have enough nuclear weapons, or not nuclear weapons, enough nuclear enriched uranium to produce anywhere from 5 to 10 nuclear warheads, was what I saw last. And so I'm not entirely sure what happens. Maybe in the short term, they shut down the Strait of Hormuz and fast-track development somehow with what they already have. So I'm, none of this goes well. It's not fully enriched, though. Yeah, I haven't. I believe I saw reports that the Fatah 1 was used on Israel, but I don't know that there was any confirmation that it had achieved like hypersonic speeds. I mean, I don't know that all of their nuclear scientists were taken out by the assassinations. Bingo. It might be, but like, I would imagine a nuclear program involves a lot of nuclear scientists, and you know, the last number of nuclear scientists I saw that had been killed was 14, which is a decent number, but I imagine there's a lot more. Yeah, I mean, meowing, sorry, I suppose if pushed far enough, like, it doesn't matter if the uranium isn't fully enriched if they can make, like, a dirty bomb. You know, if they're essentially pushed to, like, into a corner, that might be a weapon of last resort. Okay, I keep going over in my brain and trying to remember why it was that was deemed necessary to stop Iran from having nuclear energy. I keep going back to my original suspicion that the lack of nuclear energy would force Iran to remain dependent on oil, which would mean that Iran would continue to produce oil that the Western world could continue to control. Am I crazy for thinking that? I mean, I don't think that you're crazy for thinking that, but I think the primary concern was geopolitical, in that Iran is a powerful country regionally, and having nuclear weapons would open the door for it becoming a greater power. It's a geopolitical threat. But I do think that, like, oil is it's never just one thing when you're talking about geopolitical concerns. It's always a combination of a bunch of different things. Oh God, the smugness in tonight's statement is going to be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous.
I was friends with a group of physicists years ago, various focuses, they're just nerdy fun people. I'd kid makes it more visceral that they were targeting folks like that just for having knowledge.
Right? Von Tux, thank you for the $10 super chat, but there is something heinous and absolutely unaddressed in mainstream media about the assassinations of civilian scientists, you know? It is something that has been underaddressed. Literally the dumbest thing that's happened in my lifetime. But it also, like, the White House officials feel like strikes were effective. They're all patting each other on the back. They feel the strike was very effective. Said the senior administration official made the point, I think importantly, they're speaking to regional leaders and to Iran that this is it. This is about the nuclear program. This is not an extended campaign. They still want to get back on the path of diplomatic arrangement. That's not gonna... I would be incredibly shocked if that is how this wound up developing. God, CNN, can you stop sucking off Donald Trump? U.S. strikes mark a stunning demonstration of military might and presidential power. That sounds like... Understand that when that is written deliberately to sound like masturbatory. It oh my God. Other presidents chose not to take this step in the belief that such action could ignite a full-on war with Iran. But the Middle East has changed. Israel has dismantled many of the Iranian proxies that it would have used to fight back. I just... Fuck. Why did the U.S. bomb Iran? Ostensibly to take out some of their nuclear enrichment sites. I think the Esfahan site historically was where they kept their enriched uranium stores. Though the fact that none of the sites demonstrate radiation indicates that perhaps the enriched uranium was not there. So we'll see how this goes. It might be a day or two until Iran actually responds. In about an hour, Donald Trump will be addressing the United States about what happened. God, I feel sick. The U.S. piggybacks on the Saudi hegemony in the area, and a nuclear Iran threatens that. Yeah. I mean, any kind of U.S. response to... Any kind of U.S. response to all of this, to me... Or not U.S. response, Iranian response, like, would involve... I mean, it could involve, like, devolving the entire region into civil war. Or not civil war, but you know what I mean.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc.
God, look at his face. He knows how bad this is.
I agree. And I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard, the second alarming that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know that the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
Honestly, Bernie is probably hitting on the reason why Donald Trump and his cabinet are like, "Oh, it's just the one strike, we swear." It's probably not to actually preserve any kind of diplomatic possibility. It's probably far more likely that it's to provide plausible deniability for dragging the United States into another war. As someone who remembers the Iraq War, I have a feeling this may morph into a George W. Bush situation again, and it pisses me off. I really hope not, because we need to avoid the trap that we fell into with Obama after George W. Bush. I mean, I would maybe get on the phone and call your senators tonight, folks. Get on the phone, call your House representatives, and make sure that they know any kind of vote to go to war, any kind of like sanctioning of what just happened here, is unacceptable. Just going to link it in chat, 5calls.org. Now would be a great time to flood their mailboxes, flood their inboxes, flood their fax machines, flood their voicemails. Now would be the time to do that. I mean, hey, at least one Republican representative is saying that the president's strike on Iran was not constitutional. So that's good. We have one Republican congressman, Thomas Massey. Confirming kind of what we've been speculating about. Iran had evacuated nuclear sites reportedly struck by U.S. some time ago, state media director says. If the United States gets dragged into this, millions of people are going to die. Wrote both of mine. Do not let them off easy. And if you'd like to write them via fax, again, you can send a free fax via faxzero.com, which has a handy, like, you know, fax your congressperson directory. But it allows you to send a fax for free, and some of these old fucks, you know, they don't answer their phones, but they'll at the very least see those faxes. Could Trump use this to declare martial law? No, not really. Genuine question, is it ever ethical to assassinate or kidnap foreign civilian scientists? I don't generally know. I can't really think of a situation in which it would be okay to do that. Cry Vigor, thank you for coming into the Twitch stream. Appreciate it. Welcome. Big fan from YouTube. Welcome. Wish it was under better circumstances. Would Mengele count? Well, I don't think Mengele was a civilian. Do they actually care what we say? Yes. Their offices track the calls, track the faxes, and I would remind you all that 14 calls, you know, in a congressperson's inbox is considered a lot. 14. There are currently, how many of you here? $380, some of you. You can make a noticeable stink if each one of you calls and faxes and emails. You can make a very noticeable increase in what is considered on Capitol Hill a lot of voters reaching out. Do I have any opinions on the other races in New York City, like the comptroller? The one thought I have on the other races in NYC, what's his name? What is his name? I think Justin Brannon. I think he's like an old school union guy. I think he's good, is my general take. So, that's my only other opinion on the NYC race. No. Who's running to be NYC comptroller? Can you send as many fax as you want? I think you are limited to 5 free ones per day, and after that, I think it's like 25 cents per fax.
I thought I was gonna have a nice night of reading, but no such luck. I empathize with those talking about drastic actions. Gotta make phone calls.
Yep. No, von Braun was also not a civilian scientist person. My understanding, anyway. Unfortunately, I'm Australian, but I will call my own rep to ask us to condemn the U.S.'s action. Please do. If you are in another country, please call your representatives in government and tell them to condemn the United States' attack on Iran, you know. Oh, this is super cool. Top Dems on intelligence committees were not briefed before strikes, but Republicans were. That is a really bad indication of where we're at politically. Both Democrats are on the Gang of Eight, which typically would have been briefed before a significant U.S. military engagement. The Gang of Eight includes the House and Senate leaders from each party, as well as the chairs and ranking members of the House and Senate Intelligence Committee. Jim Himes, top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, was not briefed. Senator Mark Warner, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, also not briefed. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. 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 Yeah, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is sucking off Donald Trump on social media. Yeah, all these Republicans are patting themselves on the back and saying, "Look at us, preventing a nuclear weapon." Link to that article. It's just the rolling ticker on CNN. So tired, guys. God. What a jackass. What a fucking jackass and an embarrassment to the flag. Like, he literally drapes himself in it in his profile picture on his own social media website as he jerks himself off over, like, bombing another country. Fuck him. Fuck this fascist piece of garbage. It makes me so mad. As, like, someone who actually gives a fuck about this country and the people who live in it and the well-being of just human beings at large, it makes me so fucking mad. And a bunch of people who really care about the Epstein files are going to, like, just sit there and suck this guy off. Even though he's in Epstein's, you know, he's in Epstein's book. He was Epstein's friend, you know? And, like,
Called my rep and told her she has my approval to yell at Trump during the address. Or throw things. Hope it gets there on time.
yeah, I think it would send a really strong message for a bunch of members of Congress to throw their shoes at Donald Trump. You know? George W. could dodge one. Can Trump dodge, like, I don't know, 10? Tomatoes? You throw tomatoes at jackasses? Fair. I know, PC Heek, or Peacheek. I know. The thing that bothers me is that, like, I believe that we can be so much better than what we are. And we are so far away from that at this particular moment. I don't know that Green and Sanders are in a position to disrupt the speech. Sanders is currently in Kansas, so where's the speech going to be? Washington, D.C. Yes, please. I understand the impulse, but please do not Fed post, folks. The latest YouGov poll said 60% of Americans don't want us to getting involved with Iran, and only 16% said yes. Trump is going to get even more unpopular. Silver linings or something. I really hope so. I really hope so, but I have a feeling that his cult of personality would follow him off a cliff. You know? This sucks. That's gonna rise. Was the insult you did against Trump Fed posting? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know which post you're talking about. Just don't. Just if you are feeling the urge to threaten the president in any kind of way, don't. Just don't do that in my chat. I don't want you visited by the FBI. That's an indoor thought. It's an inside thought. You don't even have to be nice. Just, use common sense. Yeah, most Democratic leaders have said diddly shit about any of this. Handful of progressive U.S. lawmakers condemned Trump's decision to attack Iran. The primary congressional leaders of the Democratic Party have yet to issue statements on the unprovoked U.S. strikes. My guess is that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are going to come out and say it was a masterful gambit, sir. Can we please lick up your fecal matter? We love you. Thank you. What a service you've done us. Oh, fuck Hakeem Jeffries. Jesus Christ. In a statement on Friday, Jeffries said that Iran could not become nuclear capable and that Israel has a right to defend itself. By preemptively attacking someone? By initiating a war? God, I hate these men. God, I hate the leadership of the Democratic Party. Incompetent, useless people. There were Democrats who supported the Iraq War too. Yeah, a lot of them. The people who didn't became somewhat of pariahs. What do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene says on this? I think she follows her dear leader off the cliff. We're in the Freedom Fries era again? Yeah. Hey, Nerodia. Oh, God. Israel in full coordination with the U.S. during the attack, of course. I mean, like, just look at the ghoulishness of the reaction here. Here's Steve Bannon.
But there's others. I'm just reporting what I'm hearing from pretty good sources. The party is on. So another big weekend in this unfolding aspect of the Third World War. And no, anyone that's telling you that the Third World War is not here is absolutely does not understand the development and evolution of kinetic.
This guy's a Nazi, by the way. And he posted that, by the way, earlier today at 9:14 a.m. So Steve Bannon, a civilian, knew that we were about to bomb Iran. God. Yep. According to an Iranian official, fuel ships will not pass to Europe through the Strait of Hormuz. Yep. Yep. It leaked on an Australian politics interview from the Conservative speaker before it was announced too. Damn. How cooked are we? I mean, we aren't cooked is part of what's happening here. Like, the United States is gonna be fine relatively. Like, materially, us in the United States, we're gonna be okay. The people of Iran are not going to be okay. And there is a very real risk of things escalating to boots on the ground, and I really thought we might have learned something from Iraq. I really thought so. I actually use folks so much more since I started listening to you. I'm glad, Phoenix Sable. I think it's a good word. Republicans don't learn. If they learned, they wouldn't be Republicans anymore. True.
Even if we are going to be okay, here in this continent, I don't think I'm gonna be okay over what is going to happen to the people in Iran. I just don't think I'm going to be.
Late bloomer, that is fair. That is fair. Zolta, I would, but I do not have alcohol at the moment. I just all of the mechanisms that may have prevented us from reaching this point have failed us. So I'm not entirely sure where we go from here. In approximately 30 minutes here, folks, we're going to see what Donald Trump has to say, I guess. I've never been more worried in my life than right now. We're going to be okay, folks. We're going to be okay. What's the over and under on Trump announcing an invasion of Iran? He's not going to announce an invasion of Iran. That's not going to be what today is about. Today it's going to be about jerking himself off. Wasn't it like 7,000 some soldiers? Yeah. Of ours, you know. There were hundreds of thousands of civilians. What is the likelihood we can get a massive swarm on the streets tomorrow and protest? I genuinely have no idea. If you feel compelled to do so, go do so. But I don't know if there's any organized effort to that end. Do you think they will respond violently? Almost certainly. Yeah. I would anticipate like attacks on oil shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. I would anticipate like regional actions. I mean, we could do it banana brains, but only a moron would order the invasion of Iran for the reasons you mentioned. Unfortunately, the person in charge right now is a moron. Do you think his little parade influenced his decision in any of this? Almost certainly. I will be right back soon, folks. I gotta use the bathroom and just kind of collect myself. BRB.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea.
Sorry about the lack of music, folks. Apologies. I don't know why that happened, but it has been known to happen from time to time. What song was that? That is Oh Palestine by Seth Staten Watkins. Here's a link. God damn it. Hello, everyone. How we all doing, folks? I know a lot of people aren't doing great. I'm not doing great, full disclosure, but we are gonna see this happen, I guess. Shitty, you? Feel sick. Feel like I'm gonna throw up. Feel like I need to dry heave. So fucking tired. Same, Socialist Senpai. Did we just tactically nuke Iran's nuclear energy research facilities? I don't believe so. I think they were bunker buster bombs that were non-nuclear. But, yeah. Still very, very bad. Existing and persisting. So fucking disappointed. I mean, I don't know that I'm disappointed. I was really hoping we would avoid this. We are in a time of monsters. See what the updates are. U.S. informed Iran the strikes would be contained and that nothing further is planned. Cool. He sounded very, very happy. Analyst describes call with Trump. I hate this man. Are we in the cool zone? Yes, unfortunately. The cool zone is not named after how great it feels to be in the cool zone. Almost impossible to imagine Iran's supreme leader won't respond. The reality is it's not a one and done. The Iranians have invested $5 trillion in this nuclear program. They've just seen 9 days of abject humiliation on the part of the Israelis penetrating targets I'm sure not even our intel folks believed the Israelis could do. He said Iran is a threshold nuclear weapon state and has everything they need to assemble a bomb. Whether or not they are doing it, frankly, is likely irrelevant. They were doing it is likely irrelevant. They have short-range missiles capable against American targets in the Gulf. They've got asymmetrical warfare abroad, turning their terror apparatus loose on Israeli, American, and probably Jewish interests. And then, of course, you have Americans deployed in Iraq and Syria, which are vulnerable. Cool. This is going to be one of those sowing, fuck yeah, reaping, oh no situations.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal.
There are many targets left.
But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hate this fuck. Didn't realize he was also the president of Israel. This is quite a change of events. I feel so angry and I feel so sad. And I don't know how to properly channel it in front of all of you. I mean, do we want Iran to have nuclear weapons? Our own intelligence indicated that they were not building nuclear weapons, Skipjack. Like like it's literally just fucking Iraq again. It's just the war in Iraq. It's just the fucking they have WMDs somewhere. We gotta go find them. It's literally just that again. Oh, do you want Saddam Hussein to have biological weapons? Do you want Saddam Hussein to have a nuclear weapon? Well, we gotta invade Iraq. It's the same fucking thing. We had intelligence then that Iraq did not have WMDs. We had intelligence now that Iran was not making a WMD. And yet, here we are. The same type of people making the same fucking excuses for the same fucking scenario one country over. Like it's just fucking the same thing. And conservatives fall for it every fucking time. Every time. Gullible fucking sheep. And, you know, in the coming days, in the coming hours, there will be so many different conservative voices jerking off.
Weapons of mass distraction.
I mean, yeah, no kidding. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But, like, it's going to be conservatives jerking off, and when inevitably Iran does retaliate because they were just bombed, they just had a $5 trillion nuclear energy program go up in smoke. When they inevitably retaliate for that, then suddenly it's going to be, well, we have to invade to show them who's boss. When they inevitably shut down the Strait of Hormuz and shut down oil shipping, then, you know, the United States is going to start banging that war drum. I'm a disabled vet from going into Iraq the second time based on false intel. Mad as hell. It's literally the same. And, like, the thing is, you'll have conservatives popping into chats being like, oh, no, it's totally different this time. Do you want them to have nuclear weapons? And it's just the same fucking shit. I was old enough to remember what they were saying about Iraq. It's the same shit. And our own democratic leadership is too cowardly to do a damn thing about it. Hakeem Jeffries didn't even condemn it as an illegal attack on Iran. Instead, he was just like, we should have been briefed. Like, are you kidding me? It's clown shit. This should be the easiest litmus test in the world, and Democrats are going to fail it en masse. I'm so mad. Conservative Reddit is already doing that and celebrating. Oh, of course. Because they're the biggest saps on the goddamn planet. The biggest patsies. The easiest marks. It's why they constantly fall for, like, multi-level marketing schemes. They're all going to congratulate themselves on what an excellent business decision they made, buying so much, I don't know, Nutra, whatever the big multi-level marketing thing was. That joke would have been really great if I would have remembered that. Well, the thing about, like, American diabolism is that, like, it's genuinely true an unfortunate amount of the time. Nutralife. Thank you, Paladin Lost. I wanted to say Nutrigrain, but I don't think that was right. Didn't think that was right. They didn't even bother to manufacture consent this time, but you want to know what's going to happen? Mainstream media like the New York Times is definitely going to. You know, NBC definitely going to. I don't trust any of these mainstream outlets to actually, like, push back on this at all. Herbalife is huge here in Utah. Yeah, I wonder why. That and Amway. Yeah. Wasn't joking about falling for the multi-level marketing schemes. This is bringing back nightmares. I don't doubt it. This is horrible. Yeah, I mean, like, the main takeaway from Trump's address is essentially that he's threatening additional strikes. You guys picked that up, right? Like, when he's talking about how there are many more targets that are very easily hit, what he's saying is, we're going to do more airstrikes. That is the President of the United States ripping apart the Constitution. But he mentioned God and patriotism. Of course, John Brongus. So, you know, conservatives will think it's all fine and dandy. As long as you pay lip service to God and patriotism, God and country, as long as you do that, conservatives don't give a shit. Elizabeth Warren is speaking out against it. I imagine the dyed-in-the-wool progressives are going to speak out about it. But, I mean, the Democratic Party leadership is weak as hell. I don't believe that they're going to actually do anything. Oh, you know what? Maybe this will be the time that Democrats respond in a time and place of their choosing. You know? I wouldn't expect any criticism from the AIPAC wing of the DNC. Yeah, I'm not expecting it at all. They're all fine with this. The official response from Hakeem Jeffries, I've read it, and it is essentially, why didn't you include us? That's how much it meant. It's just whining about not being briefed and Democratic leadership not being briefed prior to the strike. Disgusting. Yeah, Iran's nuclear agency is saying that, quote, they will, quote, never allow the progress of this national industry to be halted. So I'm guessing some kind of work in that field is going to continue. And, well, we need to clean fucking house in the DNC. Yeah, we do. That, again, it's why I've been pleading and begging all y'all to get involved in your local Democratic Party. Because genuinely, we need to get those motherfuckers out. They're like an infestation. Yeah, they planned it all out a long time ago. Well, yeah, I still don't know if I believe that. I don't believe that Donald Trump can keep a lie going for a long period of time. Not when it's not in his best interest, anyway. Oh, maybe he views it in his best interest. Who fucking... I guess I just don't fucking care if he was deliberately lying or not. I don't care about that. Went to my first county Dem meeting today. Glad to see I was right. I'm glad you did. Know me, Sunrider. Got to get more good voices in those rooms. Well, the Dems seem like controlled opposition right now because the Dems are controlled opposition in the sense that they are the minority party in basically every sense. Well, this is interesting. Apparently, Iranian radio and television has reported damage has been limited to 2 tunnels, the entrance and exit of Fordo, though the main facility might be undamaged. I know this might be odd timing, but just worth pointing out, Dune Messiah was announced earlier today, and it's coming out next year. And conservatives are in for a rude awakening, I think, when it comes to the messaging of the Dune movies. And that, for me, is a very, very cold comfort on a pretty shitty day. Apparently, this is the first known instance of the bomb being used operationally. A 30,000-pound bomb with 6,000 rounds of explosives designed for reaching and destroying weapons of mass destruction located in well-protected facilities. God.
I can't wait for Tim Pool to call it anti-communist in tone.
Oh God, he's going to. Oh God. Oh God, the bad media takes on Dune are already so numerous. I can't with like the also Sake, sorry. Also Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you all for supporting the stream today. I know it's been a rough one. But like the credulity of CNN is frankly insane, you know? Well, what Israel does, will depend on how Iran acts. Uh-huh. Again, it's the manufacturing of consent. It's already begun. It's already begun. Oh, the UN chief expresses grave alarm at U.S. attacks on Iran. Antonio Guterres is describing the U.S. attacks on Iran as a dangerous escalation, warning that the conflict in the Middle East could quickly get out of control. I'm gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. There's a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region, and the world. I call on the member states to de-escalate and uphold their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law. At this perilous hour, it is critical to avoid a spiral of chaos. There is no military solution. The only path forward is diplomacy. The only hope is peace. And you know what? He is right. He is right. There is no amount of war that is going to fix this issue. God. Fuck. Hey, what? Yeah. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard has issued a statement saying severe punishment awaits the United States. Every American asset in the Middle East will be within our reach. Cool. Trump's got to go now. I would love that. I would love that. Yeah, Erica's Garden. I would love to like go eat food and like try and figure out how to sort myself, but I'm stuck. That's a good question, Comrade Girl. Would dunking on Cenk Uygur make people feel a little bit better? Feel a little bit more normal? Yes? Yes? Fuck him up? Okay. Let's do a therapeutic dunking. Because otherwise I'm just going to be looking at updates and sighing periodically. No, his voice makes me angry. I'm sorry, Salmon Moose, you've been outvoted. All right. So, folks, an interesting event happened. I think it was yesterday. Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kulinski decided they'd have a friendly debate. And I'm not even entirely sure what the debate was supposed to be about. I guess maybe just like a conversation. But the title of the debate is just, Are You Insane? Exclamation point. Heated debate explodes with Cenk Uygur about MAGA. And I wonder, given the events of like the past couple hours, I wonder if this has aged like truly rancid milk. So let's take a look, shall we?
You have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left.
The only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's
okay. I don't need the teaser. Just
Jake, I'm giving.
Thanks for having me.
Cool.
So, oh, you want to explain? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Cenk reached out to Kyle and I this week and said, hey, I think we got some things to talk through. Can I, let's have a conversation. So we said, sure, let's do that. And this kind of follows on the heels of a discussion/debate that you and I had back in December. Where, the launching point, and you can, correct me if you don't think that this is a fair characterization of this conversation, but the launching point was a tweet that you had put out expressing some optimism about the Trump administration. So we can put that tweet up on the screen from Cenk to refresh everybody's memory about where we started. So you said, in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really two reasons. Number one, as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number two, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable. And it kind of built to this crescendo where he actually turned to the camera and said, listen, guys, in a little while, you're going to be able to say whether I was right or whether Crystal was right. Let's go ahead and play that portion as a refresher. That is element number two.
I want to address something to the audience. Can I?
Oh, God. This did go like dog shit. I'm remembering this. God damn.
Sure. Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Crystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than me and Anna, believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon.
What a fucking fantasy world this man lives in.
So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to?
Like, it's crazy, right? Like it's like he's trying to jingle keys, as if he can like get a tiger to stop its advance on him. It's like he's trying to jingle the keys to like distract it. It's crazy.
To come on here and apologize to Crystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist and say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys are liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption.
They are literally trying to increase the Pentagon's budget by like $150 billion to like over, I think it'll be like $1.1 trillion if the Pentagon budget goes through.
And they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't really believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. They said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it. We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and we're going to keep doing a check.
So, Cenk, that was kind of the context of that discussion. And just for the audience and for you, since there's two of us and one of you, and we don't want to be like jumping on all over each other, and maybe Kyle and I have disagreements on things, I thought I would kind of handle the first 30 minutes more or less. Kyle would handle the second 30 minutes. You've got a engagement you've got to go to hard out in an hour, so that's the amount of time that we have.
We could do this for 4 hours if we had the time.
I'm sure we could, and it would be painful for all involved. But in any case, we've got a hard...
Cenk looks like he's bracing for impact. He looks like he's already about to cry.
Out for Cenk in one hour. We want to be very respectful of his time. So with everything that's happened in Trump 2.0, do you still feel that original optimism that you expressed at the time, do you still feel that was well-founded?
Absolutely.
When was this filmed? Before or after the strikes? The strikes literally just happened like 2 hours ago, So this was definitely filmed before the strikes.
And part of the reason I wanted to come on is to see if you guys are on planet Earth or live in an alternate reality. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm being genuine about it. And Chris, I went back and watched our conversation from back then.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you kept saying like things against Trump. And that's why I didn't even think it was a debate. It was a discussion, because I was like, yeah, I totally agree with you on Trump and the Republicans, et cetera. I was talking about the populist right and the independents that voted for Trump, the actual voters. And you saw it in that clip. I don't address Trump. I don't address any Republicans. I address the voters. So what has happened since then? Joe Rogan has come out against what Trump has done with Mahmoud Halil.
That doesn't matter. Like, I'm Joe Rogan is not like, man. Okay, all right. I need to recalibrate my brain for this.
With Abrego Garcia, almost all of the MAGA hosts have come out against the war, ranging from Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. Then you've got the politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got Tim Dillon. You've got, I mean, I'm not sure you can name a right-wing MAGA host or independent host that's for the war in Iran. So, so I'm genuinely curious. Like, are you guys not seeing that, or does that somehow magically not count?
So, Cenk, I have the same question as to whether or not you're on planet Earth. Because, first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Trump 2.0 is better or worse than Trump 1.0?
Trump is irrelevant.
No, he's not irrelevant, because I'll tell you why. Here's why.
Wait. Trump is irrelevant? How? He's the president. He's trying to violate the Constitution every day. Like, Steve Bannon is very hawkish. Like, none of the issue that Cenk is running into is that these people don't mean what they say. Right? Like, Republican show hosts don't mean it. They don't have an ideological compass. They follow the leader. That's it. This has already aged so poorly in like 24 hours. It's crazy.
You expressed optimism about how all this would go. And the reason you were optimistic is because, hold on. No, we just saw your tweet, okay? The reason you were optimistic
I can explain the tweet.
is because you thought these various groups and influencers would hold him accountable. So did they constrain his behavior, for example, when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw, slashing Social Security and gutting the federal government and gutting the CFPB? No, we didn't. In fact, we saw Joe Rogan host Elon Musk, not to mention Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, to make the case for those things, okay? No accountability there. Did we?
Oh, but the issue is, I bet Cenk loves that, because Cenk is of the opinion that Ro Khanna has, that you can just manipulate Elon Musk. So just we need Ro Khanna to befriend Elon and then just manipulate him, and then we'll have permanent funding for Democratic primaries, progressive primaries. That's just not how this works.
We see them constrain his behavior and hold him accountable
when
he launched a crypto shitcoin, the most corrupt scheme in American history, most likely. No, he did it. He's faced no accountability for that. You mentioned some dissent from Rogan on the kidnapping of college students off of college campuses. Is it the right that organized in opposition to that? No. It's the...
Should Ro Khanna even be considered a progressive Democrat? I don't consider him a progressive Democrat.
Left, and it's liberals. The only time that Trump's actions have been constrained at all in this Trump 2.0 era, which is...
I know you're not my savior or God, but is there any hope? What the hell can we do? One, there is always hope. Two, things feel especially devastating because it feels fresh right now. Three, understand that, like, as awful as you feel right now, you will not always feel awful. Okay? You will feel better tomorrow. Four, of course, there is hope. Like, when we all work together, there is nothing we cannot do. And so, again, fundamentally, this has not changed what we need to do. And that is to continue to pressure everyone we know, our friends, our family, our neighbors, our colleagues, our, acquaintances, to turn out and protest. Okay? That is functionally what we can do. It is to get people out onto the streets. I believe one of the next mass mobilization days is It's next month on like the 26th. I wrote it down. On the 17th, July 17th is the next mass mobilization day. They're calling it Good Trouble Lives On. And that is the next mass mobilization day that I'm aware of. So your focus, if you want to do more things, is to get everyone you know together to go out on July 17th. Yep. So that is the goal. The goal is to continually mobilize for these mass demonstrations to reach a critical moment, a critical mass, to build a solidarity, to build a movement that can survive us. And it is only, and I think we have to recognize this, it is only through us fixing our own country that we can put a stop to the endless wars, the endless slaughter, the endless campaign of cruelty that is unfolding on our watch. It is only through our action here that we make a difference. So there is hope, and that hope is not in our institutions, it is not in our government, it is not in our politicians, it is in one another. And it is in getting out in the streets, being loud, and not backing down. So, that is what we do. But do not despair, because despair is the weapon of our enemy.
Hi, your God and Savior here. Have you tried my weekly subscription offer for delicious crackers and choice wines? For an extra fee, I can include a curated selection of regional cheeses per each.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated.
It's vastly worse than I even expected when you and I had that conversation. I mean, we've got men in hundreds of people in a concentration camp. I didn't see any accountability from the right on that. I don't see any accountability from the right on an American city that is right now under invasion by our own troops, Marines on the ground in the city of LA. No, I don't see any accountability there. I see an administration that, as I predicted, the guardrails are completely off. And the only places where he has been constrained at all is when the left and liberals organized against Elon Musk, Tesla protests, showing up at town halls, etc., made him toxic. He had to be turfed out of the administration. And in the context of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, when you had mass left liberal resistance, even pushing Democratic leaders who were lame and weak to do something, Chris Van Hollen goes down to El Salvador, and the administration did something they did not want to do, which was to bring him back. That is the only time this administration has been constrained. It has had nothing to do with the right, had everything to do with liberals and the left organizing against him.
True.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So you asked about 12 questions. I would love the time to answer it, but you didn't actually answer my question. Do you see a massive MAGA revolt against the war? And I'm being genuine.
I would love. You know what? Can I get any kind of reference for the massive MAGA revolt against the strikes on Iran that occurred tonight? Any massive response on social media that I've been missing? Because I haven't been seeing it. I saw one Republican in Congress talk about how this was unconstitutional. That's it. That's it.
It's a literal question, or do you just not see it?
Cenk, here's what I can tell you. Okay, Charlie Kirk, your buddy, he has already.
He's not my buddy.
He has
Crystal,
already gone. He has already gone.
That's a ridiculous thing to say.
He's already gone.
He is your fucking buddy. Like you like glaze him every time he's on your show.
He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war to, guess what? He got a call from the White House. And now what's he saying? Oh, I trust Trump. Trump is the man for this moment. I know he's going to make the right decision.
The exact
Steve
quote
Bannon.
is, can I give the exact quote?
Yeah.
This is from Charlie Kirk. Quote, We must trust Trump in this situation. Go ahead with Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon, hold on, Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today. Steve Bannon says, if the president, as commander-in-chief, makes a decision to do this, the MAGA movement, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, we will fight it up till the end. But if he has more intelligence and makes that case to the American people, the MAGA movement will support President Trump. When Trump says that he gets to define what America...
When Steve Bannon goes on his podcast after having received top secret intelligence from the White House and talks about how the party is on hours before the actual strikes take place, this is not a man who is ideologically against the United States being in war.
First is, he's right about that. And so when you have Bannon, who also was critical of Elon Musk originally and got a call from the White House and said, cut it out, and he bent the knee, these people time and time again, Cenk, all they do is ultimately when Trump makes a decision, they bend the knee. We are already far enough into this administration to know there has been no constraint on his action that has come from the right. None. And we're in a war with Iran. Okay. We are already in a war with Iran. They didn't constrain him here. He's doing whatever.
Crystal, like, I don't know if, like, I haven't watched her show with Sagar in a while, but she's kicking ass here. Like, she's doing real good. I appreciate it, frankly.
Whatever the hell he wants to do.
Okay, so you guys just spoke for like 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay, so you make it sound, and this is what's so harmful. You guys make it sound like I'm pro-Trump, and I think that MAGA is.
I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. This is what I think about when I think about Cenk Uygur. Okay? This is what I think about. I think about this. This is from December 24th of last year. I was wrong about Trump. Like, I'm sorry. You spent your entire presidential campaign talking about how he's a fascist. But the second it became convenient for you, suddenly he was just a fellow populist.
Is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left-wing, and they're going to magically...
When was that article? It's an interview. It's a video interview from 2024. So December of 2024.
They agree with us on every issue, and the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're going to all push back 100%, and that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns. Of course not, Crystal. Of course not. Well, you're trying to move them. Moving the other side is super hard. And so when you see something, anything where they actually agree with us, you have to encourage that. So when...
No. I don't know where Cenk got this idea that, like, in order to move people to your position, you have to, like, baby them over to your side. Because that's just not how the Overton window has worked. Right? Like, when you are talking about moving people closer to where you are, what ultimately, let's take a look at like interracial marriage. Interracial marriage was not popular when it was legalized after Loving v. Virginia. Okay? And it took, and I think that was in like the 60s, 70s. And it took until like the year 2000 for that to be a majoritarian position. That like interracial marriage was okay. And like, that Overton window didn't move because people babied horrific racists who were upset about miscegenation. What wound up like moving them left was having their position be utterly and completely crushed by having the window shift irrevocably, by being forced to live in a newer, better world in which that racism wasn't constantly coddled at every given turn. You move the Overton window to the left by defeating worse policy proposals and positions currently enacted. God, it's not complicated.
When you say all the things that you said, is Trump a bad guy? Of course, of course. So if you're listening out here, guys, the framing of all of this is totally wrong. Like
oh God, B. Parker. That's such a good like reference point that I totally forgot about. What Samantha Bee did with Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck was on the ropes in 2016, and then Samantha Bee like almost single-handedly helped revive his career by doing like an apology tour with him about how he was now anti-Trump and he'd seen the light. And guess what? That was all just a crock of shit.
Having a conversation, do you think Trump's a bad? Of course I think Trump's a bad guy. He's totally authoritarian. That's why I voted against him. That's why I worked so hard against him. So even the framing makes me like sound defensive when you guys started with a premise that's out in la-la land. We totally oppose Trump. So now the second part of the premise that's totally wrong is, do I think that MAGA is going to revolt on every issue against Trump from day one? Why? Why would they? They love Trump. Of course not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, is there one or two issues where there is actual agreement? And can we take that agreement and do something interesting to restrain Trump?
Yeah, like how Cenk agrees that like trans rights should be curtailed in order to coddle the right wing, and maybe by coddling them you can constrain Trump in some way. Of course. Yeah, totally.
In those issues. So when you talk about immigration...
And so when has that worked?
Okay, hold on. Well, we're in the middle of it right now. So I'll tell
we're
you
at war with Iran, Cenk. Hate to break it to you. We're at war with Iran. No, it didn't work.
Okay. So Crystal, let me finish. So when you talk about immigration and all the things that he's terrible on, I know what MAGA's movable on or not. I talk about it on the Young Turks all the time.
Do you? Do you really? Because I do not see evidence of that.
If you think you're going to move them on immigration, you are nuts. They're not going to move an inch on immigration. So I fight him tooth and nail on that dungeon in El Salvador that they're sending people to, the Marines in the streets. Now, there's some issues like immigration where they haven't moved an inch and they never will move an inch, right? Mm-hmm. There's some issues like the Marines in the streets where a smattering of them are like, this is a little uncomfortable. It feels a little unconstitutional. It doesn't feel quite right. Those libertarian wing, remember guys, this is super important. There's 77 million people that voted for Trump, right? If you treat them all the same, you will not be able to win elections. Why is winning elections important?
Why? No, genuine question. Why? You will not be able to win elections if you don't get Trump voters. Trump voters are by and large not gonna vote for a Democrat. There are more Democrats in this country than there are Republicans. You don't need a single Trump vote. You just need to mobilize Democratic votes. But not only that, but one of the bigger portions is people who don't vote. Get those people to vote for you. You do not need a single Trump vote to win an election. And like this deluded attempt to, I don't even know what, like, whitewash his positions, sanify his positions. I don't even know the word I'm looking for here, but like make his position seem reasonable. It's not working.
Important, because that is how you take power away from Trump, away from the Republicans. So if you treat all 77 million as hardcore MAGA, you are going to push them away and they're going to vote against you. You can say, oh no, but it makes me feel better. I have emotional release and my audience likes me more because I seem like I'm tougher on Trump. I was so mean to him. Yeah, but did that persuade anybody? I called all of his voters fascists. Yes, but did that persuade anyone? You're trying to persuade the people in the middle to come to your side. So what are the issues where we've got a fighter's chance? War. Okay. So now, do I think that on day one, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful in stopping all of the establishment, all the neocons? And by the way, were we successful? We were not successful in stopping any of them during Biden or any other Democratic administration either, right? So now there's a giant full-blown revolt from MAGA against this war. Now,
Ooh, true. I got called out. Republicans for the last, 3 years have had more registered Republicans than registered Democrats. Damn. Still doesn't change my main point, though. You do not need a single Trump vote. You just need to actually mobilize working class voters.
if you were saying, no, I don't see Tucker Carlson, Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Posobiec, Cernovich, Candace Owens, et cetera, all of them opposed to the war, but you might not, because a lot of people watch programming that honestly just kind of gives them a misleading sense of what's happening.
Did you see Tucker, Trump saying, Tucker called me to apologize. He said he went too far. Did you see Steve Bannon saying, we're all going to fall in line ultimately? So I'm not talking about, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the however many million Americans voted for Trump, some of whom are hardcore MAGA, and you will never move them. And I guarantee you, the moment that Trump says, this is the policy, they're going to say, you're right, sir, this is the policy, this is brilliant, and I am on board. Are there independents that can are there independents that can be moved? Yes. There are two separate questions here, okay? Number one is we are in hell right now. Like, the level of damage that has been done to this country, done to the world from Trump 2.0 already is astounding. So the number one thing is triage, right? How do we stop?
One thing I like about Crystal is that she actually sounds mad as fuck. And I think that's good. We need more people sounding mad as fuck about what's happening to this country.
What I'm doing.
How do we stop as much damage as we can? And the track record thus far in the Trump administration is the only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together.
Also, anger can only take you so far, but I think that anger right now is completely and utterly justified.
And going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen in this administration. The other question is, how do you win elections? So go ahead and address that, and we can talk about the election piece. But real quick, before you get in, as to the earnestness of this MAGA anti-war movement, put element number 3 up on the screen. Do you know? Tell me, how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? No. Is Lauren Boebert there? No. One. Thomas Massey, a libertarian who is...
And he's also, so far, the only one that's condemned the strikes on Iran, as far as I know.
Ideologically consistent, kind of similar ideologically to Dave Smith. Every other person here is a Democrat. So to the earnestness of this anti-war MAGA coalition and their commitment to blocking war with Iran, here is where the rubber meets the road. You have one Republican who is already at odds with Trump, who is willing to put his name on this War Powers Resolution. That's it.
So, Crystal, look, I know you don't mean it, but you keep conflating two things. The Republican politicians, including Trump, and the Republican voters, or the people who voted for Trump, okay? So
they aren't ideological in their support for him. Like, the average MAGA voter couldn't articulate the things that they actually cared about if their life depended on it, Like, they don't know what's going on. They just like Trump. That's it.
are the Republican politicians corrupt? Of course they're corrupt. Are they going to say, hey, Israel, I'll be your bitch and I'll do whatever the hell you want me to do? Of course.
Like, say, go to war with Iran?
Of course they are. They're completely owned by Israel, okay? So AIPAC, et cetera, the warmongers, by the way, let's be honest, is more than half the Democratic Party totally owned by AIPAC? Yes, right? So I know, oh my God, oh no, you can't be honest. You have to just say the other side is terrible and our side is angels. No, I'm not going to play that.
Would you
That's
rather?
nonsense.
But would you rather be on the side of the 37 who signed onto the War Powers Resolution,
Crystal,
or the
I am
1?
on the side of the 37. Everything you frame is.
The amount of spray on tan is making me lose it.
Yeah. That's valid, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yeah, the lighting and or the tan is not great.
It's a straw man. I am on the side of the 37. In fact, Ro Khanna is my top ally. Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna and I had the same exact strategy that you criticized in November when we talked.
That's not true.
You literally put me, no, and Kyle did the same thing. You guys put me in the same bucket as Bernie and Ro, reaching out to see if we can find agreement on the right.
But what else has Bernie done? What else has Bernie done that has been profoundly impactful? The anti-oligarch, the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was an effort to bind together the left.
Oh, no you don't, Cenk. No you don't. Oh my God. This man is deluded as hell.
Left and the liberals to protest and to resist this administration, and that has been profoundly more impactful.
You're having a conversation with a person who isn't here.
Did the Pentagon budget get cut? Just tell me that. What's the Pentagon budget? Did it get cut?
You've now asked me 28 questions.
Did Don Jr. Did he do whatever with the?
Now I will say I agree with Crystal wholeheartedly here, but 2, it is true that Cenk hasn't been allowed to answer much of the questions. It's just that so much of what he's saying is stupid, you know?
Generals, did that work out?
All right, guys, look, I came on here because, look, you're generally fair. So you asked me 28 questions, and then let me answer them. So, and stop framing it as if I'm a different person. You keep making all these assumptions about who I am. Oh, are you on the Republican side or the Democratic side?
I'm literally citing things that you said, Cenk. Like, I played your clip of what you said.
Christ, man.
Turn to the camera.
Okay,
hey,
I'm
tell me
right
if I'm
here,
wrong.
Crystal.
This
Crystal,
specifically.
I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I talk for myself instead of you?
You
like,
specifically held on the Pentagon budget.
At this point, borderline lying about me in every framing of every question. Can I
How am I
actually,
lying?
a human being named
How am I
Cenk
lying?
Uygur,
Tell
actually
me how I'm
answer
lying.
your questions instead of you framing
Tell me how I'm lying,
me as a
Cenk.
person that doesn't exist?
Cenk,
okay.
Does he realize how bad he comes across right at this particular moment? Like, she's not wrong, is the thing. Like, she's not wrong to be pissed as fuck. She's not wrong to be bringing up all these points. And, like, it's very clearly getting under his skin. But, like, I kind of wish he was allowed to talk more so that he could, like his ideas could be properly attacked. But I'm kind of okay with it. You know, like, on the one hand, I would like his ideas to be properly eviscerated. On the other hand, this does feel somewhat cathartic.
I played the clip of you talking, so tell me how I'm lying.
Okay. All right. So now, of all your questions, you have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia's, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left. Come on, what planet do you live on? No, the courts are not left or right. The courts have held. I'm thrilled that the courts have held. And it was so important for the courts to hold. So if they didn't hold on that, he was going to have unlimited authoritarian power. And we are against that, no matter how many times people try to pretend that we're on the side.
I would love for him to describe how she was lying.
Side of Trump. Listen to what I am actually saying, and you will see this every day on the Young Turks. I am against Trump. Totally. Okay. Now, okay. Yes, but why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk,
Okay.
talk
So
about a
now,
straw
hold
man.
on,
I
hold
mean,
on, let
you're
me-
making
for
up
God's
stuff
sake,
I never
Crystal, let me
said.
answer your questions.
Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Jake,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
So you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men?
Crystal.
You're
This is
inventing
it's
things
a
on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake. So okay, now when you're talking about the Pentagon cuts, you think that I thought, oh my God, Elon's such a good guy, and Trump's such a good guy, even though I've spoken out against them at every single.
No, I think that you think they're morons who can be easily manipulated by jingling keys. I think that's what you think about them, and you think you're the smartest person in the room who can effectively manipulate them, and it's just not the case.
Turn, and then I magically thought, oh, I bet they become liberals overnight, progressives overnight. No, you put out the Pentagon thing so that they're stuck either way. That's why Bernie and Roe joined me, because either they cut the Pentagon, we go, yes, mission accomplished. We got a tiny amount accomplished during a Trump reign, which seemed impossible. Or they don't cut the Pentagon and they add to it. And then we all come out, as I did and Bernie and Roe did, and go, see, we told you. They're hypocrites. The leaders of your party never intended to cut the Pentagon. MAGA, they were lying to you. Now,
Does MAGA care, Cenk? Did that work? Did MAGA care?
Yes, they do care.
No, they don't.
No, okay, Crystal.
I've seen zero pushback on the Pentagon budget. Let me just say, because I let you go on for a little while.
Oh, I know.
There
God
were
forbid I got to answer one or two questions. Go ahead.
There were two tactics that were floated by me and by you in our conversation, okay? You said, I think it's great that Elon's responding to me, Don Jr.'s responding to me, we have more of a chance. No, you said we have more of a chance with these guys to cut the Pentagon budget than we don't.
Yeah. I mean, she's 1,000% correct here. He absolutely was talking about how great it was to cozy up to these clowns so that he could try and manipulate them. That is what he was doing, full stop.
And I said, nothing good's going to come out of this. And so the important thing to do is to resist the project outright, because we don't want a bunch of the richest man on the planet running our government. And so we saw how this played out.
Yeah.
The Pentagon, hold on. The Pentagon did not get cut. And actually what happened is all of the liberal and left organizing against Tesla, against the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, against Elon directly, tanked his popularity to the point that Trump felt he was a political liability and the whole project had to be scrapped. So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
So, Crystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy, that they weren't going to cut the Pentagon. And now I get it, guys. Especially if you're in the audience, you're not seeing it. I get it. And I'm not saying that as an insult. You're not seeing it.
So
because
you won because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason you're not seeing it is because you're not engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now? I host a show with Sagar Enjeti and Emily Jasinski every day.
Okay, so Crystal,
no one in this room talks more to MAGA than I do, okay?
Yeah, okay. But so are you saying that none of the MAGA voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're saying?
They don't give a shit because Trump did it.
Elon and Trump.
No, you guys were wrong.
Elon and Trump and Don Jr., Cenk, lied to you from the beginning when they pretended like there was even a 1% chance of it. So when people told you at the time, though, resist them outright and point out that they're frauds.
Okay,
don't pretend like maybe they'll cut it. That was kind of the point.
You guys have a totally ridiculous, All right, let me not be insulting. We disagree on strategy. Okay.
Definitely, yes.
Okay, yeah. This whole idea that you're making a difference because Donald Trump is listening to the left, I can't believe you guys think that. That sounds totally detached from reality.
I'll make
So
that
why
case in a
is
minute.
Elon-
Yeah, no one would ever respond to some of the largest demonstrations in modern American history. Yeah, no one would ever, and also a lot of the people who've been doing things have been Democratic elected representatives, like the people who went down to Senator Van Hollen going down to El Salvador. That was because of public pressure. It was because of public calls. And by going down there and talking, he beefed up the case against the U.S. Government in order to get Kilmar Abrego Garcia out, and now he is back in the States. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know what Cenk is talking about.
Why is Elon Musk out? Because people burn Tesla cars? I mean, Crystal, you said that in the intro.
Yeah, because people for months and months and months made fun of how doofy that guy is. How big of a dick, how silly, how stupid his ideas are, how toxic he is to be around, how insufferable he is. And that was reflected ultimately in how people responded to him trying to buy the Wisconsin election. So, yeah, public opinion shaped how the White House responded to Elon Musk.
Are you serious? No, Elon's out because his policies were always deeply unpopular. No one wanted those cuts.
Yeah,
Deep
and who
MAGA
pressed that
wanted
case?
them, and they're in La La Land.
Cenk, and who pressed that case?
The
It was
left
the
and
left and
liberals
liberals
in the street.
Joe Rogan hosted him on his podcast to pump him up.
Guys,
Joe Rogan,
guys,
think
you're
about,
doing this-
but Cenk, think
You're
about this.
doing
Think
this
about this.
unbelievable straw man.
No.
Hold on, can I just?
Let me just finish my thought here, okay? Rogan hosted Zuckerberg and Andreessen to attack the
Of course he did.
CFPB.
Of course he did.
To gut and
You think
attack the
he's gonna be a Bernie
CFPB.
Sanders progressive overnight?
No,
Are
but
you
it's-
insane? No, guys.
Are you
have this
insane?
straw
You were the
man
one who barely
that
thought
I
that.
said.
Joe Rogan has been conservative for like 7 to 8 years, but surely now he will change and show us his true progressive belly. Like, what the hell, man?
Cenk,
No, but
if anything is
Crystal,
going
do
to
you
be
really think
populist,
that I
hold
thought that it-
on, Cenk. Let me finish a thought. If anything, if the populist right stands for anything, you would think it would be an anti-scam bureau that is wildly effective. But no, and actually stood up against debanking conservatives. But no, what did Rogan do, and what did they cheer for with Elon with the chainsaw? Completely gutting not only the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau,
Yes,
Trump
yes.
gutting the National Labor Relations Board, but them defenestrating the ability of this government to enforce white-collar crime at all. Did MAGA care? No, they didn't. The only people that
Okay.
held them to account were left
Okay.
and liberals who organized against that, and yes, successfully made Elon so toxic that he ultimately crashed out of the administration. That's what happened.
So let me try explaining it this way and see if I can get through to you guys. So you keep telling me all the things that Trump did wrong. Of course he did. So
Yeah, but no. The issue isn't, Trump bad, because we know Trump bad. The issue here is that you are making a value proposition of catering to the MAGA base and saying that the MAGA base will constrain Trump, will stop him from doing different things, and they aren't. There's nothing that they are doing to stop him. There's nothing they're doing to stop him when it comes to things that a populist conservative base might prioritize. They're not doing anything like that whatsoever, Any of the policy positions you might imagine a progressive conservative might have, not a progressive, populist conservative might have, they do not actually demonstrate. That's the point. I think people organically turned on Elon. Well, yeah, but also he joined the administration and people started protesting against him, The protests were what fueled the massive amount of attention given to him, and his natural insufferableness was exacerbated by the fact that people were constantly calling him Hitler. There's a reason why people flip off Cybertrucks these days. There's a reason why people call the Tesla truck the modern, Nazi car. And it's because of those protests. It shifted the public conversation.
I'm saying that it's a given that he's always going to do, for example, 90% of things massively wrong.
The swastika.
And in the other 10% that he plans to do wrong, I'm saying we have a fighter's chance if we ally and we show hypocrisy, or we get allied.
So you're proposing a explicit red-brown alliance. Cool. Hey, Cenk, how did that work out initially? How did the initial red-brown alliance work out for the Reds in particular?
It's a win-win either way, okay? So, for example, in opposing the war, either they become our allies and somehow at some point we stop this war, or we show, oh, you guys never meant it. Now you're the pro-war party, which makes us much more likely to win over independence and win the next election. But as I say that, you keep framing it as if I agree with them 90%, and where I think that I'm going to flip them overnight on the 90% where we disagree. No, there's no chance of that. So you can stop asking that question. They're not going to move on cutting the budget, and they're not going to listen that, hey, you know what, you shouldn't cut the malaria treatment in Africa. You shouldn't cut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, because every dollar we spend there, we get back $20, et cetera. But if you go with your maximalist approach, guys, and you say, all right, I'm fighting you in a maximum way, so that means I'm never going to agree with you. I'm going to insult you at every turn. I'm not going to listen to you. So when you come in and you go, hey, guys, let's ally against the war, or maybe did you think that Elon's and I said this.
This is just not how political alliances work. This is, being nice to people is not what creates a political alliance. What creates a political alliance is aligned goals. Full stop. That's it.
In every right-wing talk show that I did, and I said it at the Charlie Kirk event, I said, remember, beware of your own donors like Elon Musk. And then eventually they got aware of their own donors. Now, did they do it magically and overnight? No, it was mainly a fight between Elon and Trump, right?
Yes,
it was their
of
egos.
course. It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
The reason they are unpopular is not because the left's maximalist approach of yelling fascist at every Trump voter is working. It's because their policies are deeply unpopular.
And who explains that their policies are deeply unpopular? The left and liberals are the ones that highlight how deeply unpopular those policies are. So that's where the credit belongs.
Like I do.
Oh my God, no, Cenk.
So,
right, but that's not like Joe Rogan does, right? Joe Rogan doesn't.
Oh man, Kyle is angry as hell. Holy fuck.
Do that. Charlie Kirk doesn't do that. They don't do that.
Said how unpopular they are.
Yeah, but my point is, Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk don't do that, Cenk. They're not allies. Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk don't do that. Steve Bannon doesn't do that. Sloppy Steve goes and gives Trump a hand job every day. That's the point, is that they're not allies. And by the way, even on the Iran war thing, they're lying. They are lying. We literally have the quotes right here.
Yes, exactly. Like, the idea that you can trust anything that these conservative talking heads say when they, for a living, lie to their base, I don't understand where he's getting that. Other than, like, he thinks he's the smartest person in the room and can manipulate the liars to lie for him. You know? Like, it's... I don't get it.
Here, Charlie Kirk is already backpedaling. Quote, we must trust Trump in this situation. Steve Bannon, if Trump ultimately decides to bomb Iran's nuclear sites, MAGA would come around. That's not me speaking, that's Steve Bannon. The vast majority of the MAGA movement will go, look, we trust your judgment. We don't like it. In fact, we may hate it, but we'll get on board. Tucker Carlson called Trump and apologized, and he also said on his podcast with Steve Bannon, quote, I like Israel. I don't talk about Gaza because my audience got mad at me. He said, quote, watching Donald Trump, who at his core is sincere about peace, I feel for President Trump, and he just has to roll with it. That is not true. What he's saying is not true. These are not allies. They will immediately start moving the goalposts as soon as Trump starts bombing Iran.
Here we go again.
You're going to get
Here we
this.
go
You're going to
again.
get, oh, he's getting bad advice from the neocons around him. It's not a big deal. It's a limited attack. It's defensive.
Yeah.
It's not offensive. This isn't like Iraq. There are
Here
no
we go.
boots on the ground. The only people who are sincere that I will grant you, Cenk, is libertarians, so Thomas Massey and Dave Smith, because libertarians have a track record, like Ron Paul did, of being very principled, but everybody in MAGA, or 99% of them, will bend the knee, just like 99% of the ones in Congress have already bent the knee. Even
Yeah,
Marjorie Taylor
they're already
Greene,
doing
who's
it.
saying things that are against the war, she's ultimately
can
not
I
signing on to
answer?
the bill to block the war.
Okay, so here we go again. So again, 90-10, guys. The framing of that question makes it sound like I think Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson have good intent, and my God, they're ready to rebel on everything against Donald Trump.
I
and
said
call him out,
Iran.
et cetera. No,
I said
hold on.
Iran.
Can I just answer a question?
But I didn't say
Okay.
that. I said Iran.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. So I think that obviously 90% of the influencers, the hosts, etc., are going to stick with Trump 100%, right? Well, I wouldn't even say 90%. I'd say 75% or so. Are they going to kiss his ass on everything? Well, of course they are. They're on the right, and their whole ecosystem is based on kissing politicians and leaders' asses. Now, let's be honest, not us and not you guys, but
Libertarians are principled, my brain, and he's supposed to be the smart one.
Yeah. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It really is. People were mean to me on the internet. He got Twitter brained. He got Twitter brained, guys.
MSNBC and now a lot of online hosts on the left, their job is to kiss the Democratic ass, and they say, oh yeah, Joe Biden was young and dynamic, etc. So yes, we have the partisans, and they are by definition always going to stick with one side is great, the other side is the devil. Okay, so now when you get to the 25% of hosts, because now the reason I moved it from 10 to 25 because you're including Rogan, etc. So is Rogan the same as Steve Bannon? If you think he is, that's just totally wrong. Now, do they agree on a lot of things? Yes. Do they agree on everything? No. Does Steve Bannon right about most things? No, he's horribly, horribly wrong about most.
I am not entirely sure where Cenk is getting this point from, but I think that if Steve Bannon were to go on Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan would basically laugh and agree with everything Steve Bannon has to say.
Things. So will they, when Trump says heal, will they heal? In the beginning, yes, and that's exactly what you're saying. But the reason they're having to heal is because they started rebelling in the first place. And Trump got mad, and everybody else got mad. And even today, you just go on any website. So Bannon is saying, don't go to war. It's terrible. Is he then saying, oh, Donald Trump? Of course he is, because he's on that side. And did we see a lot of left-leaning hosts go, oh, well, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are corporate guys and they're bad, but we have to go with them anyway? Yes, we did. But look, you have to be honest about what's actually happening. So if you guys are saying, and I'm not trying to strawman you guys.
Just as an FYI, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene, just 32 minutes ago. Shut up, you pathetic little hypocrite. You fully supported our military and IC running the proxy war against Russia and Ukraine. And you voted to fund the Ukraine war under your president with dementia. You don't get to play anti-war and moral outrage anymore. In response to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez calling for the president to be constrained by the Constitution and congressional war powers. So like I'm sorry. I don't think you can rely on this person. I don't think you can rely on Marjorie Taylor Greene to be anti-war when she's attacking someone for calling for the president to be constrained by the Constitution. Sorry, Cenk.
You guys like you did, in my opinion, in the framing of every question. So I'm asking you, you're saying it's all fake, and you think that all these right-wing hosts are not actually...
Yes, they're entertainers, Cenk. That's why people like Tucker Carlson have argued in court that they are not, journalists. They are entertainers. They will say whatever they need to say to get a paycheck.
actually anti-war, that this is, but they've been telling their audience now for months that that the war is a terrible. Let me ask the question, and that the war is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. But how would that strategy work? So they get their audience totally against the war, then they capitulate to Trump.
Let me tell you how that strategy works.
How did that help them be pro-war?
Let me explain. Let me explain how
My
that
answer
strategy
to your question
works.
is yes, by the way. In 99% of cases, they are just lying, and they'll go and suck Trump off again.
So let me.
That's a real disagreement.
They're already backing off, and the war didn't even start yet. We didn't even bomb the nuclear sites yet. They're already backing off.
How this
And now we have, and they are all falling in line.
Strategy works. Okay, they postured as anti-war because they thought it was a good electoral strategy. So now they have some track record laid of claiming that Trump is the pro-peace candidate, blah, blah, blah.
And why was it a good strategy?
Because
their voters are anti-war.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, the polling is wildly at odds with you, Shank, on that. We can come back to that in a second. But okay, so they put this is the pro-peace ticket, whatever. And I think there were a lot of independents actually who were swayed by that anti-war message, which was completely at odds with reality and with Trump's first term. I think we all agree with that. Okay, so I think there were independent voters who were swayed by that. Charlie Kirk and others now, to maintain some credibility, they have to postulate, oh, you know, Trump is getting pulled into this and the neocons are tricking him and confusing him, etc.
It's never his fault.
But we already know how this plays out because it's already played out. Trump called Tucker kooky and said he needs to get a TV network, basically saying he's a has-been. Tucker called him to apologize. That was the message, not just to Tucker, but to everybody else. Time to bend the knee, time to get on board. And they did. They did.
Yeah.
So we don't have to guess. It's already happened.
Also, you know, Charlie Kirk, so anti-war. You know, just being very in favor of this. Again, they will fall in line to just suck Republican dick. Like, literally, look at that. He's just like, what a lineup. And it's J.D. Vance, J.D. Vance looking concerned, like a couch that he really liked just slipped through his fingers. Marco Rubio looking like he's dissociating to be about like 5 miles away of his body, astrally projecting himself to a completely different realm of existence. And Pete Hegseth looking... Well, I guess Charlie Kirk took a screenshot of Pete Hegseth looking like he's either asleep or very drunk with his eyes closed, and Donald Trump slurring his words through the address. What a lineup, indeed. They're so handsome.
Happened. It's already played out. Right, they've already bent the knee.
Okay, so we're now actually approaching an actual disagreement rather than the one that was foisted upon me that I don't like. So, all right. So guys, you think that all these guys and their voters are all liars and that they're not actually...
I don't know why you lump in the voters because
I'm talking about the voters.
Okay, well, let's talk about the voters. Talk about the voters then. Let me ask you, let me ask you a really simple question. Let me ask you a really simple question about the voters.
Yeah, well, you of course you like the Trump and the Republicans.
Which
you trust them?
That's
no,
not
I
what
don't.
I said.
Stop saying it.
Cenk,
you said
let me ask a really basic
37 to 1 vote. You said how many Republicans voted for war powers? I said 1, Tom Massey, and you kept going like, oh, did you know that they didn't? I said yeah. I said I answered
because
it
they're
from the
fake.
get-go. So
but
yes,
Cenk,
their voters.
Let me ask you this question.
Are you saying that their voters are not anti-war at all? So be clear.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Are you saying they're actually liars?
Let me ask you this question. Which base, the Democratic Party base or the Republican Party base, which one do you think is more opposed right now to war with Iran? Which one?
The left. It's not even close.
It's not even close. Exactly. That's the point. And so if you are going to build, if you're going to build a grassroots people-powered movement with bodies in the streets to oppose war, where do you need to go for those numbers? The left, because they're already there with you. And by the way, the MAGA base, the minute that Trump says we're in a war with Iran, they are going to overwhelmingly back him because they have every single time.
The numbers already.
Yeah, so put up 8. This is element 8, I believe, for us. These are the poll numbers. Now, there are other polls out there, I grant you, but this is among Trump 2024 voters. You ask them, do you support or oppose the U.S. providing offensive weapons to help Israel strike Iranian military targets? What we're doing now, 79% support. Do you support or oppose the U.S. taking its own direct military action, if necessary, to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons? That's exactly the framing that Trump is using right now. Support, 72%. They are more pro-war. So are there some who, you know, don't want to get in another foreign entanglement? Sure. But overwhelmingly, are they going to back an Iran war? Are they already backing an Iran war because Trump says so? 100%.
Okay, so let's establish who we're talking about. So when you talk about Trump and the Republican politicians, 99% of them are liars. They're going to be pro-war. They're going to do all the terrible things that we're against, that we are all against, including me. Okay. Now, when you move to the media, I'm out on a limb, and I get it. If you grant them an inch, people will say, okay, that's it. You love them and you're a Trump supporter, et cetera. But I'm doing it anyway because I'm being honest. I think 75% of them are unreachable, but 25% of them, at a minimum, actually will listen to you, have their own audience pushing them to be anti-war. They're not with us on all issues. They're not with us.
I just again, to reiterate their point, this is polling from 2 days ago, reported on by Fox News. According to the latest Fox News poll conducted between June 13th to 16th, 73% think Iran poses a real threat to the U.S., a 13-point increase from 6 years ago. That includes a majority of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. The latest JL Partners poll, conducted June 16th through 17th, shows similar levels of support. Americans overwhelmingly see Iran as a serious threat. So, it's real bad, guys. But while most voters agree Iran is a serious national security threat across party lines, support for Trump's aggressive stance, including potential military strikes, is being driven largely by Republicans, particularly his MAGA base. According to Echelon Insights, 45% of voters support Israel's strikes on Iran, while 35% are opposed. Asked what role the U.S. should play, only 8% favor joining Israel in military attacks, while 41% say want America to stay completely out. Another 40% support limited involvement through diplomacy or defense. Fox News poll shows that Americans are nearly evenly split on whether to support Israel's recent airstrikes, et cetera, but despite that backing, most Americans are wary of the consequences. Whether to support Israel's recent airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, with 49% approving, 46% disapproving. Approval among Republicans stands at 73%, more than double that of Democrats and independents, both 32%. JL Partners poll shows that support for U.S. military action against Iran is strongest among Trump's most loyal supporters. 2 in 3 self-identified MAGA Republicans, 65%, support U.S. military strikes on Iran, with just 19% opposed.
Us on most issues, but on war, I think that a significant chunk of them are with us. Okay, so when you go to Charlie Kirk's audience, for example, why is Charlie Kirk even dipping his toe into the waters of opposing Trump's policy on Iran and then quickly rushing back out? The quickly rushing back out is obvious. They're ass kissers, right? So the question is, why did he dip his toe in the first place? Because he did a poll of his own audience, and his audience said 90-10 do not help Israel go to war with Iran. 90-10. That's his audience, okay? So now you move to the last category, which are the voters themselves. That is where I am most hopeful that they actually are anti-war. Now, does that mean 100% of them are anti-war? No, not at all, okay? But I think a solid 50% of Trump voters, remember, a lot of them are independents, or a lot of them are in somewhere in the spectrum. at least 50% of them are actually anti-war. So what I'm seeing is us all over social media, all over the right-wing shows, their own base in an uprising. Why do you think
this is nuts? It is not reflective of any of the reality. I'm genuinely wondering where he's getting this other than delusion. You know? Also, just as an interesting update, according to Al Jazeera, reporting on the words of an Iranian MP named Manan Raisi, who represents the Qom region where Fordo is located, says the attack on the underground nuclear site was superficial. Quote, based on accurate information, I state that, contrary to the claims of the lying U.S. president, the Fordo nuclear facility has not been seriously damaged, and most of what was damaged was only on the ground, which can be restored. This was said on the Tasnim news agency broadcast. If that's true, I don't know what to do with that. If Donald Trump just went on television and lied about carrying out a successful strike, I don't know what to do with that. Is it a source we can trust? I mean, it's the Iranian official that represents the area where the military base is located. You know, for whatever that's worth, like, it's an interesting thing that they are saying, well, actually, it's not really damaged that much at all. Yeah, is this the equivalent of the mission accomplished banner?
Charlie Kirk Tucker and Bannon are doing those things. They're almost all of them are saying on their own shows, well, you guys are pushing me to do this.
I don't know if it's good or bad, or it's interesting, but it's just like, I don't know what to do with that.
You know, and yeah, I hear you guys. We were supposed to be anti-war, right? Now, they're gonna, guys, since this is like the first 6 months, are they gonna go run back to daddy? Of course they're gonna run back to daddy, right? So what we're trying to do is not turn all of them against all of Trump's policies instantly, because that is wildly...
Again, you're implying that their ideological belief in following the leader will be swayed by you being nice to them, and I don't get that.
Unrealistic. You are trying to show, either flip them or show hypocrisy to the voters that you can reach on the issues where they agree with us. There aren't that many, but war is one of them with half of his base. So you guys think that if the left wing does a maximalist approach and we yell at those people, that those voters are going to interpret it as, oh my God, they were right. Since they're yelling at me, I will now go to their side. My strategy is go on those shows to talk to their audience and say, look, I'm not trying to trick you. I think you guys actually, a lot of you are actually anti-war. And I'm anti-war. And guys, you'd be surprised that they don't think the left is anti-war at all. They would have the same exact conversation in reverse. They would ask incredulously, who do you think is more anti-war, left or right? And they would all say right.
The issue is, Cenk is assuming that these people are going to be consistent in their ideology instead of just following the cult of personality. Oh, time and time again, Trump has trumped what Republicans say they care about over and over and over again.
And that the left is more pro-war. And I'm like, no, guys, no, we're totally anti-war. So Dave Smith and I did a coalition. Dave Smith did a great job on your show, Breaking Points. Fantastic. I agree with you. Libertarians are the first to peel off. And great, look, we peeled off the libertarians on the issue of war. Perfect. And we're doing a website, unitedagainstwar.com, where I'm inviting allies. And if it turns out only the libertarians come and the right wing does not come, okay, then that's what happened. So now, if you're saying that no revolt happened at all, it was all fake, all the media guys were fake, 100% of them, and all the voters were fake, 100% of them, and they all actually love...
The thing is, the media people are fake, 100%. The voters aren't fake, but they're also incredibly, incredibly fickle, and most of them are not ideological based, or have, most of them don't have an ideological foundation, right? And so when Trump says jump, they jump, you know? That's just kind of how this works.
War. Okay, that's a straw man. I don't think you're saying that. But you got to tell me what you are saying. Are you saying that none of their voters are anti-war, or a big chunk, or a small chunk, and that if we yell at them, they'll become more anti-war? Or if we reach out and say, hey, let's form an anti-war alliance, they'll be more anti-war?
So I'll tell you what I'm saying. I think that once Trump starts bombing Iran, those numbers we just showed you are correct. So like 70 to 80% of the Republican base will be in favor of it. That's what I'm saying about it. But I want to ask you, when Trump does bomb Iran, do you think the number among Republicans will stay at only 50% supporting it, or is it going to go up to 70 or 80%? Hey guys, this is just a little piece of...
Yeah, I'm good. We don't need to watch the rest of this. That was fascinating. What a downfall for someone I once held in high regard. And I feel now quite stupid for having held in high regard. Cool. Best of luck, Jank, with your attempt to, I don't know, like, undermine the conservative movement. I don't think it'll work out. Be cool if it did, but I don't think it's gonna. Holy moly. We should do a react to Jack's conversation with Anna. Oh, like a blast from the past? Maybe if I can stand watching myself.
The
It's
three
always
of them were
cringy.
so painful. Sync was the worst, but OWWWWW.
Yeah, like the style, like I respect Kyle Kalinske and his content. His style of presentation is generally not for me. No shade on anyone who enjoys that. Crystal I find more palatable, but she's often paired with Sagar and Jetty, and I find him infuriating. So I don't know. That was rough, to say the least. It just seemed delusional. Like, just delusional all the way through. You grew past him, and he stayed the same, and apartheid, or atrophied. Don't be ashamed. I mean, I won't be, I'm not, like, ashamed, but, like, there's a pang, I feel like a pang of guilt for, like, having amplified TYT on this channel, you know? Oh my god. Well, there you have it, folks. We did the thing, and I think I feel marginally better having done that. So appreciate y'all coming with me on that journey. Still better than Jenk and her take. Is Anna just synonymous with her take now? I mean, I'm not. I don't. I think we can. I think we can safely say yes. I like that turn of events. Now, folks, we've been going for over 7 hours. If you've gotten anything out of today's show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. I'm gonna go, like, cry and maybe scream into a pillow, maybe eat all my feelings. Yeah, I do. John Bainbridge, I also feel numb. Maybe I'll just, like, stare at a wall for a while. Who knows? Live my best life.
Don't rank sync on your ballot, NYC.
Jake should have announced that he's that he's running for NYC mayor. That it would just be funny. It'd be a great bit if he just kept announcing that he was running for different races. It'd be a lot better than the bit he's doing right now, you know? God. Oh, God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the humor and for the financial support. I very, very much appreciate it. With that, folks, I gotta bounce. This has been a rough one. Good night, everyone. Bye.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea, that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.